Welcome, everybody, to the City Council meeting July 5th, 2016.
The City of San Clemente respects the many people of different faiths who reside here. The City Council historically begins its session with an invocation offered by one of the religious leaders of our community with full appreciation of our shared belief that we are one nation under God. And while the City cannot endorse any particular religion, we respect the religious freedom and freedom of expression of all our citizens to pray as they feel led to pray. This evening's invocation will be given by Mark Ambrose, lead pastor with Pacific Coast Church.
And please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Lord, first of all, I just want to thank you for another beautiful day. We don't ever want to take that for granted, and we thank you for where we live, a beautiful town, and that beauty is reflected by your fingerprint, the ocean, and the hills, and just the beauty we see around us. So we're grateful for that. It's a privilege to be here, to call this home. Thank you for these leaders before us that are called to protect families and provide in a way that makes San Clemente a safe and thriving community. I just pray for wisdom for them today, that you guide and direct their decisions, that they be unified, they'd even be unanimous on their approach and decision making. So, Lord, we commit this meeting to you. We thank you for it and ask you to bless it in Jesus' name. Amen.
And will our one of our RSVPs please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Councilmember Brown. Here. Councilmember Donchek. Councilmember Ham. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Ward. Here. Mayor Baker.
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation of a Human Relations Leadership Award to Michaela Hall in honor of her dedicated commitment to human relations.
Michaela, are you here? Hey. Thank you. I'm going to read this proclamation. I'm going to ask you to say a couple of words about this, okay? All right, thanks. These are the kind of things that it gives the mayor great pleasure, things that are an honor for the mayor to do. So I really enjoyed. Come on up. Thank you. This is a plaque. Each year, the City of San Clemente City Council and the Human Affairs Committee bestow a Human Relations Leadership Award on a high school student who demonstrates exceptional efforts toward the improvement of human relations. Whereas Michaela Hall has proven her community service and leadership, as is evidenced by the fact that she assisted the Operation Gratitude Club in sending letters and packages to our military overseas, has been a volunteer member of the San Clemente High School Club Anchor, which is a Christian-based group that encourages students to form authentic friendships with no judgments. And Michaela has been an academic leader of her class, an ASB club commissioner, and Cultural Week leader for many years, worked with children with special needs at the Shea Center, and the City of San Clemente is grateful to Michaela for her efforts as an exemplary student leader and volunteer, and for her dedication to community service. Therefore, I, Bob Baker, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the entire City Council here, and all the citizens of the City of San Clemente, do hereby commend Michaela Hall. By so doing, urge all citizens to join the San Clemente High School student body in their efforts to pursue excellence, to dedicate extensive service hours to those in need, and to educate the general public about the special needs of our community. And if anybody tells me one more time about how terrible kids are today, I'm showing them this plaque right here. Let's take a picture here. Okay, good. All right. Go ahead. Say a couple of words.
Hello. thank you. I'd like to thank San Clemente High School for allowing me the opportunities to volunteer and reach out to my community service. And I just think it's such a great thing to really help the special needs, and that's a really big thing of mine. I want to major in it, and I think it's just a great thing to be able to take these special needs and really put them into school and allow them to have opportunities just like other students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on, let's take a picture.
All right.
This is my favorite kind of. This is the favorite thing to do. It's the best thing to do with the mayor. Great stuff. You are very proud. We are.
And next is presentation of a proclamation to Pamela Passo, Assistant Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director, designating July 2016 as Parks Make Life Better Month.
All right, and we're designating Parks Make Life Better Month, and Pam Passow is going to tell us a couple of things about why they do. Here you go, Pam.
All right. Well, thank you. So good evening. So tonight we are celebrating, or to this month, all of the month of July, we're going to be celebrating Parks Make Life Better. And the reason that we celebrate this month is because every day should be a Parks Make Life Better, but in July, that is the best month to be outdoors. And we're particularly lucky in San Clemente where we pretty much are outside 12 months a year, but in July, all of our schools are out. We are enjoying the outside. We are enjoying all of our parks, and we are really getting outside. And so it's really just a time to appreciate the fact that we do have such lovely parks in San Clemente. And so we want to encourage everyone to be outside and to be enjoying themselves and have some fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, presentation of a proclamation to Pastor Holland Davis of Calvary Chapel, proclaiming July 6th through July 13th as Love San Clemente Week.
Good for you. Good thing you did, too. All right. All right, I'm going to give you this little declaration, but I want you to talk about Love San Clemente a little bit, and I'll not read all the whereases, but I want you to talk a little bit about Love San Clemente.
All right. Well, what began was as a simple idea to find ways for the faith community to come and show practical demonstrations of love to our city, has turned into now Love San Clemente. And this guy is actually partly responsible, Chris Smith. I called him and said, hey, can we do something for the city? And he said, well, do you want to be selfish with it and just do your own thing, or do you want to make it, something that we can all be a part of? And being a pastor, I said, well, I guess we'll all do it together. So we all joined forces, and last year we had like over 200 volunteers. We did 10 or 15 different projects. The first year we did the old skeet range, refurbished it, painted it, cleaned it, did all kinds of stuff, and every year it's kind of grown from there. And so we've been really fortunate to have a great city of volunteers that love to help, great churches that love to be involved. And one of the people that has been really key that we'd like to also recognize, if we could, is Denise Abrero. So we have a little Love San Clemente plaque. Says, in recognition of your outstanding commitment of sharing God's love in practical ways through Love San Clemente. And so we want to give this to Denise. Thank you, Denise. All that you've done. And we just have been so fortunate to have someone like her on our team, and we're looking forward to more years of working with our great city.
Wonderful. That's good to hear.
Thank you.
Good to hear.
Take care.
Next is presentation of a certificate of recognition to Amber Hughes, RSVP Coordinator, in commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the Retired Senior Volunteer Program.
For those of you that aren't aware of the Retired Senior Volunteer Program in town, would you all please stand up for just 1 second? Thank you. These folks do an awful lot of work here in San Clemente, an awful lot of work. Was anybody busy on the 4th of July? You saw them all around town on the 4th of July. They do an awful lot of great things, and the city of San Clemente truly appreciates your service. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Appreciate
Here,
it.
here, we want to take one.
All right.
So let's do that right here, like that.
One more shot after that, okay, Bob?
All right, here you go. And say a couple of words, would you please? Thank you.
Well, I'll accept this recognition on part of the team that majority of them are here today, and we appreciate the support that we get from the city as well as the Sheriff's Department. Many of our members have been here for many years volunteering. They're very committed to what they're doing, and I appreciate everything that they do. Thank you.
Next is presentation of a certificate of recognition to Chase Gutierrez in honor of being named the San Clemente High School Class of 2016 Scholar of Scholars.
Chris, you're looking good here. Let's wait for all the hubbub to come down. Ask her. Come on. Come on. Another great thing the mayor got to do this year was to hand out diplomas at San Clemente High School. It's a great thing. Principal Carter ran a nice show, and I was honored to shake a lot of hands with a lot of kids. And it's such an astonishing event. You give out so many awards. There are so many kids that do such great things. And then to have somebody be the scholar of scholars of an enormously scholarly group is truly a great thing. So I'm really glad you guys came tonight, and I'm really glad I'm honored to give you this plaque, Chase. So congratulations. But I'm dying to know what your grade point average was.
It was a 4.85.
Did everybody hear that? 485. Okay, raise your hand here if you had a 485 when you were in high school. Okay, thank you. Say a couple of words.
All right, I will.
Whatever you want.
First off, thank you for this certificate, Mayor Baker. I'm extremely appreciative of this, but to be honest, I couldn't have done this without the teachers and Principal Carter and my parents and everything. And I mean, this is like a great award and all, but this is just the beginning. Like, not only for me, but for my class. So I'm excited to see what we do in the future. So yeah.
Come on, let's take a photo. Right here, let's take a photo. Come on. Laura, will you take one photo for me? And I really like that one. It's the biggest camera I've ever seen.
Yeah, seriously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you again.
Yeah. Come back sometime and tell us how it's going. Will you?
Alrighty, I will.
Good. All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's sitting.
Next is presentation by Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent, Business and Support Services with Capistrano Unified School District and CUSD staff concerning a potential school facilities bond measure.
Thank you. Is this the controller for the PowerPoint? Thank you. So I'd like to thank the Mayor and San Clemente City Council for this opportunity to present the Capistrano Unified School District's facilities needs and funding options currently being explored by the Board of Trustees. Our district-wide facilities represent over 4 million square feet of building space, providing services nearly year-round to over 50,000 students. The district employs nearly 4,000 people and is one of the largest employers in South Orange County. There are 10 district schools in the city of San Clemente, and currently there are 9,230 students in San Clemente who attended this past school year 40 schools in Capistrano Unified School District. Whoops, I must have hit a button too soon. So while approximately 5% of students in the city attend 30 schools in other areas of the district, the majority of students who attend schools in San Clemente enjoy cutting-edge educational opportunities. Auto technology, biotechnology, surgical technologist, to learning how to build systems resistant to hacking in the Cyber Patriot program, to name just a few.
Excuse me, Clark, how many don't stay? What was your first sentence about the number of San Clemente kids that don't go to school?
About 5%.
5.
Yeah, there's
Thanks.
40.
Okay.
Yeah, 5% attend 30.
I thought you said
30 other
45%.
districts.
Oh,
No,
okay,
30.
5. Thank you.
5% attend 30 other districts. So anyway, so auto technology, biotechnology, in the Cyber Patriot program, where students learn how to resist hacking attacks and things like that, and build more robust systems. So whether moving on to a four-year university or junior college, a technical career, or joining the military, district students are learning skills and building their plans for a successful future as an informed and productive citizen, as we saw tonight with several students that were honored. So in 2015, the district reached out across the community, inviting all who wish to participate to be part of the Community Committee on School Classroom and Campus Facilities. This committee, over the 4 weekly meetings, learned about the district's finances and facilities, and together developed a consensus report for the Board of Trustees with 24 recommendations. This is the format before you here in which the committee learned and developed their report. And more information is available at the website shown here below. And I assume this presentation will be available for the public on the city's website. Thanks. So the following are 10 of the 24 recommendations the committee made that involves facility needs, prioritization, and seeking out capital facilities funds. Number 7 recommends moving away from relying on Mello-Roos and moving towards a district-wide facilities funding model. And specifically, number 8 recommends the district place a general obligation bond on the ballot for voters to consider. The needs identified at all district schools is approximately $889 million, and as such, this amount was tested. This amount was tested by the district, and it was found in the initial polling that 62% of likely November 2016 voters would agree to a bond in this amount. $889 million is about $15 million per site in the school district, with San Clemente school needs, are approximately $200 million, with San Clemente High School having the highest need, estimated at $91 million. So if a bond were to pass, the district would continue with community and stakeholder engagement to determine recommended work and establish priorities. The stakeholder work would be guided by the framework of a bond measures facilities project list, guided by the facilities master plan, and prioritized using the district's facilities minimum standards, public opinion research, and committee and stakeholder input. So each school is outlined in this presentation in similar fashion, but in interest of time, I will summarize this one and then turn it over to San Clemente High School Principal, Mr. Chris Carter, to go over the site needs at San Clemente High School. So each of these sheets are all the schools that are in San Clemente, and the school district website has all the schools in a similar fashion throughout the district. And this outlines where work would take place, and below the map is the detail of the work that has been identified. The preliminary cost estimates for this example for these two schools, $34.5 million. Then we show the age of the schools, the enrollment, and then some project highlights that would occur at each school if funding were available through a bond measure. So in 1972, the high school I would eventually graduate from was dedicated, and in the dedication booklet was this quote: "A school isn't only a building, it's an expression of beliefs and attitudes about ourselves and the generations of young people for whom it is planned. In its silent language of space, scale, and shape, the structure stands for what we are, what we think of ourselves, and what we believe we can become." And what was profound about that quote in this dedication booklet from 1972 in opening a brand new high school was the emphasis on the facility itself. So while the programs are extremely important, the facility that's provided to young people is equally important, I think, in their learning. So now I'm going to skip to San Clemente High School and turn it over to the principal, Mr. Carter, to go over the needs at the high school. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you, Clark. Well, thank you guys for letting us speak today, especially about San Clemente High School. Mayor Baker, we always appreciate your support of our school, council members as well. All of you have been on our campus, and you attend our shows, you attend our events, our athletics, so you guys know firsthand where our high school is right now and the deep needs that our high school has. When I came on the scene last, July, I got a firsthand kind of understanding of where the high school was at and walked the facilities, and I was relatively dismayed at the state that the school was in. But doing some research, we found that there was a plan done back in 2008, and now it's been revised a couple times. It's a wonderful kind of living document that is guiding our mission right now and hoping to really improve the facilities at San Clemente High School. We have coming in 2017, we're going to be closing the upper campus. We're bringing all of our freshmen down onto our lower campus. We have a brand new building that's going to it'll be 24 state-of-the-art classrooms, and it'll enable us to have every single one of our students down on the lower campus. So that's already coming, and it's exciting, but we have other needs that are much deeper than just that, as many of you know that have come to our plays or dance concerts. We need definitely a performing arts center, and this plan will map that out for us. On this plan, this calls for a performing arts center to be placed right where the current pool is. You guys know where our pool is, right in the center of our, front of our campus. It talks about taking our practice field and putting a 50-meter pool over where our current practice field is, right off our stadium. In doing that, we would be able to go back and do some upgrades to our stadium. If you've noticed, if you come to our stadium and you're in a wheelchair or something like that, we have to put you on the field. We don't have ADA access. And so by going back and being able to redo all of our facilities, we would upgrade our major infrastructure in our gymnasium, and our field structure, modernizing all of our classrooms. Although we did some upgrades back in 2005, I believe it was, to all of our classrooms, and they function relatively well. There are new needs, digital needs that we're kind of piecing together right now because we want to make sure that our kids have access to state-of-the-art education. So we would really want to look back and investing back into those classrooms that exist now. Mounting projectors, making sure that there's digital access to document cameras, to tablets. The Wi-Fi has been upgraded a couple times, but making sure that we have better access and accessibility in the classrooms. Also, we have a parking issue. So probably one of the coming from another high school, no parking phone calls, 4 years. It was beautiful. I had an inordinate amount of phone calls come in about parking. And those of you who know or even live around the school realize that we do bring about 3,000 kids down onto that campus, and we're really going to be looking at a situation when we close that upper campus and all of those kids are going to be coming down below. The traffic pattern is going to be tested a little bit more because we're able to drop off about 600 kids up top right now. One of this plan called for a brand new student service center, which would enable us to, if you've come in, I know Tim's been on the campus, I'm sure, and his wife's probably accessed the main office. And when you come in, and I always say, when you hit San Clemente, sometimes you feel like you hit a wall. Because when you do, when you walk into that main office, there is a big wall right there. And there's really no access to your academic advisors, to the counselors. The kids have to stand outside. So the goal would be to take where the library currently is and reconfigure that area into a multi-story student service center with a multimedia center, cafeteria, revamped cafeteria that would be more user-friendly, and then have all of our offices in that building so students could literally come in and access all of the support systems necessary for them to be successful. And then we would add parking across the whole front. So the one nice thing, I think, for us as San Clementians, especially I drive down Pico every day. You know, I live down Pico ways, and so really just freshening up the facade of that school by having a theater and having a student service center right when you drive past it would really enhance just our curb appeal and our access. But the key is that we really want to be a competitive, very competitive high school. We are competitive academically right now, but I don't want to lose kids, and I don't think any of us want that percentage of 5%. Okay, we're okay. I'm not okay with that. But you know what? 5% is all right. I like 0%. We want to keep our kids here in town. And I think to do so, we really need to go back and invest into our schools because it really speaks volumes to, how we value our community, our kids, I think are our most important asset. And by going back and reinvesting into it, I think we will be able to keep all of our kids in San Clemente and attending our schools. We've got a road going through the hills in August, and I would hate to see kids want to drive over the hill and go to some school back there because they have a nicer facility, a nicer theater. I don't want to lose my dancers. I don't want to lose my thespians. Or my athletes, or my best and my brightest. So I think what's most important for us as members of this city is to really look into reinvesting back into all of our schools. But we've got some really great plans for San Clemente High School, which will keep us, I think, on the cutting edge. We offer an incredible education to our kids. You look at somebody like Chase Gutierrez, who came through our programs. I mean, absolutely, we have many, many, many kids who go off to the finest schools in our nation, and I think we do that because we've got dedicated individuals, but we'll be able to do even a better job with updated facilities. So. Any questions about current facility or the facility plan at San Clemente High School?
Could I ask a question about the bond?
Sure.
Does it require a supermajority? Do you need 66.6% to pass it?
Be 55%. It'd be under Prop 39, requires 55% to pass.
Okay. And then is the idea that you would borrow against it so that these projects wouldn't have to wait until 30 years or whatever the life of the bond is?
Right. So the bond measure would call for an assessment per 100,000 of assessed value, not market value, assessed value on each home. And it's limited, Prop 39 limited for high school or unified districts at $60 per 100,000 of assessed value. The $889 million would require a $43 per estimate now of $43 per 100,000 assessed value.
But my question is, you don't have to wait till you collect it all?
No,
is there a way to get started on some of these fine projects?
So the expectation, then you issue bonds on that income stream generated by the tax.
Okay.
And the estimates now, or it would take about 10 years to issue those number of bonds. Every 2 years, there'd be an amount bonds issued. And then after 10 years, you'd then reach that $889 million.
Thank you.
I have a question. So what would be the total bond cost over the life of the loan then? If it's going to take 10 years for us to bond and to be able to gather all that money, what's the total cost over the life of the loan then that we can expect?
So there's estimates currently on the website that district's financial consultant have provided to the school district to give estimates based on current interest rates estimates. So I don't have the exact number, but it would be whatever the interest rates are on the bonds that are issued over the life of the bonds, which would be 25-year bonds.
Can I ask one more question? So those that are paying Melrose, what happens then?
So Melrose. So currently,
Are they exempt?
They would not be exempt.
It would not be exempt.
Right. So part of the issue with the Mello-Roos is that that was one of the things that the community committee discussed last fall, was talking about the issues behind Mello-Roos.
Yeah.
And in particular, the amount of money that the school district can collect over debt service. So they collect the Mello-Roos, pay the debt service, and any amount above that is excess special taxes. And while it's legally allowed to be collected for facilities needs, it creates a lot of consternation, misunderstandings. So really what we'd like to move towards, where is the Mello-Roos is paying for the facilities that were built and the debt service to pay for that. Similarly to how people who bought their homes years ago paid for the facilities with the price of their house. Now it's just split between price paid for
that's
house
the line in
plus
the sand.
Mello-Roos. But to have the Mello-Roos just be paying for facilities that were built before in general obligation bonds or SFIDs, paying for modernization, new facilities moving forward.
Thank you. Good explanation.
How does the money get decided? Who, for example, so you've got this, over 10 years you're going to be raising these funds. What's the priority, and what happens if the bidding climate, I mean, just to be frank, what happens if the bidding climate in 10 years is far less favorable? We've been caught in that same trap where you've got a bidding climate that maybe seem favorable at $889 million, but all of a sudden you find in 6 years that's a $1.2 billion build. And so how do you, I mean, because that's going to take a lot of time, how do you account for that? And what happens if you've got a project list? What happens if you don't have the money, and how do you prioritize projects accordingly?
And that could very well happen. So the prioritization of the work is, again, on the website, but it's health and safety issues first, ADA access, going up to then modernizing the facilities and moving up to new facilities. Then you get to the nice to haves. But the committee recommended to the board is you start with first the critical infrastructure needs and getting those met, and then moving on from there. And if no one knows, no one has a crystal ball as to what would happen in the future. But what we do have in the facilities master plan is a contingency of 10%, but that's really kind of a contingency for conditions that would occur at the time you're doing the construction, but no one really knows what will happen in the future.
So there's no contingency for the interest rates or for the bidding climates or anything. So
no. There's a 10% contingency, but
for just construction.
Right.
Yeah, we've learned painful lessons about contingencies and performance of those contingencies as a city. So
the key is to engage the community, making sure that everybody understands what the expectations are and understands the environment in continual communication, so they understand what can be done and when. So I was just going to mention, I had someone talking to my ear about the estate matching funds as well.
Okay.
So that kind of goes to what Mr. Brown had mentioned, is by having funds available through a GEO bond for the school district, it would give us funds to be able to get matching funds from the state. So there's a $9.5 billion bond on the November ballot this fall, and then if that would provide matching funds for the school district to have, and we would receive about $200 million in matching funds. And so that would be factored into any of the work that the district can be done.
So there's a cap on what they'll match up to then?
Yes. Each district has eligibility for modernization or new construction.
Modernization and construction. So out of the $889 million total raise, what could we expect the state will match in aggregate?
I believe it's about $200 million.
About $200 million?
Yeah. So that would go a long way it kind of amplifies the amount of money you have locally, and it brings some of that state money back to the local district.
Clark, what do you say to the folks that say, hey, I thought the state lottery was going to fix all of this stuff? What do you say to them?
State lottery pays for about 2% of the total district budgets. It varies by district to district, but it's roughly from 1.8 to about 2.3% is provided, and some of it's restricted. It has to be used for instructional materials. So it's not a lot of money.
I mean, I recall us getting sold that as this is going to save the schools. So where'd that all go? How do we lose 48% of that?
Well, the school districts receive lottery funds, but it's not as much as what people thought it would.
I mean, but we were supposed to. When it was sold to the voters, it was sold to the voters as, 50 cents on the dollar is going to go to the schools. As I recall.
And it amounts to about 2% of the district's budgets. So it does provide some money, but it's only 2%. It's not the saving grace of school district budgets.
Okay. Thank you.
We've had residents in San Clemente express interest in having our own school district and separating from Capo Unified. If this bond passed, what would it do to that effort? What effect would it have?
There's government code and education code that guides school districts when that kind of thing occurs. When a region splits off, becomes their own district, it's kind of like a divorce. And so there's the way the assets and liabilities are divided up is done through guided by education and government code.
But what would happen if this bond passed and all of our properties were assessed? What would happen?
That would all be handled within the government code. It would be like the only way to characterize is it like a community property divvying up the community property. And so you would have people that would come in and do an assessment of the assets and liabilities and split them equitably between the former district and the new district.
Scott, would that stop us from going forward? I mean, I'm
No,
just trying to assess.
No, I don't think so. That would just be sorted out in the parting as part of the total. Yeah.
Any bonding capacity, I would believe any bonding capacity generated in San Clemente would be staying in San Clemente if there were to be a split.
Clark, what mechanisms do the voters have to ensure that monies raised in San Clemente are spent on San Clemente facilities and done so appropriately? I mean, recognizing many of the questions. I mean, there was a bonding that's been done in years past for ADA and fire and other items. And so how is it that the residents can be confident that the taxes they're paying are going to go to San Clemente schools and not to other uses?
So we have on our website also, the trustees have asked us to look at various options for doing bond measures either by city, by region, by trustee area. We've looked at all of that, and that $60 per 100,000 limit is, so we looked at each city's, like so City of San Clemente, $200 million need would be roughly in the $50 per range. So district-wide, it's $43 per 100,000, but if you were to look at just the San Clemente area and you did a bond just in that region, it would be in the $50 range per 100,000 because it looks at the assessed value of the property and how much money can be generated. But what we would commit to, if there were, say there were a general obligation bond district-wide, we've already committed to what we feel are the needs at each of the school sites, and we would be engaging local communities. When I say community engagement, it's not a district-wide community committee. These would be school site-based committees where we're sharing the needs and looking at the budgets and making sure that dollars that are identified through the bond measure are going to those schools.
When does that all happen? Is that prior to the bond or after the bond?
It would be after the bond. So there's no, that's one of the things is that if the bond measure, once the bond measure passes, then you would start to do this work where you're talking with people and bringing the community together and the stakeholders together by community. And this, when I say stakeholders, I mean local community, people who are engaged in their schools locally so that they can be assured that the money stays there. And we would also, under Prop 39, is a requirement to have a citizens oversight committee. So in one of the recommendations of the committee last fall was to have, when you have a citizens oversight committee, it should be more than just the minimum required by law. So that would be a commitment that the district would make, would be having more representation on these committees that are reviewing how money is spent, where it's being spent, and that it's following the project list that was shared with voters when they voted.
I'd like to just say one more thing. Principal Carter, thank you very much for your leadership, your first year at San Clemente High School. It's been very successful, and our students are very fortunate to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clark, I got one more question for you. I want to clear up one thing. So this proposal increases the cost to the residents of San Clemente $43 per year per 100,000 of assessed value. Is that?
If the board chooses to do one of the options, which would be a district-wide general obligation bond. If there's any regions that are carved out based on the assessed value in those regions, it may be slightly more, slightly less, depending on what the board ultimately chooses to do. A standard traditional general obligation bond district-wide would be $43 to generate $889 million.
Okay, so the decision hasn't been made
Right.
yet. Okay.
Right. We're still bringing options to the board to consider. July 13th is the next meeting to be reviewing different options.
All right, well, thanks to the school district for coming and sharing this with the city council and the residents of San Clemente. Thank you.
Thanks for inviting
Thanks,
us.
Chris.
Members of the audience who wish to address council on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the City of San Clemente but not separately listed on the agenda may do so during the oral communications portion of the meeting. A total time limitation of 30 minutes is allocated for oral communications part 1, with each speaker being allotted 3 minutes in which to give his or her presentation. And I do have some cards.
Mr. Lafrano, Ava O'Keefe, then Cord Bauer.
Good evening. Let's talk about the high school and what's across the street from the high school on Avenida Pico. Let's talk about the Avenida Pico corridor from I-5 all the way up to La Plata. We have homeless hobo tent encampments there. This is from today. This is exactly what you'll get across from the Chipotle, the Albertsons, right across from the high school. They got a little party pit here. It's lovely. Some more garbage just right there on Pico. Again, drifter, transient, hobo central. And there's another mess. So why am I here? I brought some garbage bags, some gloves, some face masks for I Hope and Heritage Christian Church to clean up this mess. These are nonprofits that have homeless-friendly not homeless, these are drifters, transients, and campers. And we in San Clemente are sick and tired of cleaning up after these people. I do not want fire services or the sheriff cleaning up after the homeless. Part of helping out the homeless is cleaning up after the homeless. So I'm asking Heritage Christian Church and I Hope to come down here, get the bag. I'll leave it at the back of the table. Come down here and clean this up. Another thing, we have way too many people camping out in San Clemente. If you want to camp, go to a park, go to Doheny, but don't do it here in the canyon. They could start a fire. They're cooking. Everybody knows about it. We need to take care of this. It's a disaster. It's a mess. I know that we are in lease negotiations with Family Assistance Ministries tonight. I think they're a good organization. I would ask them to be a good citizen. I don't want any mission drift. I think helping families is good. Helping the homeless, we need to be tactical about this. But clearly they're messing up the city. And it's gross, it's disgusting, and they are all over the place. And this is today on Pico, in San Clemente, hobo, transient, drifter. We have a problem. It needs to be addressed. Does anybody remember Elizabeth Smart? Elizabeth Smart's father hired a helper from the church. They're trying to help out a drifter. And he ended up kidnapping her and taking her to a tent similar to what's here on Pico and held her captive for 9 months. So this is right next to our school. This is next to San Clemente High. What's to say that your kid's not walking down the street? Boom, they go right into the canyon and they're missing. Well, at least we know where to look now. So I think it's very important not to get the sheriff involved with the cleanup. I would ask for them to help remove these people. It needs to be addressed. It needs to be done. I thank you for your time.
Ava O'Keefe and Cord Bauer, and then Jackie Kriske.
All right, tell me when I start. Okay, now. Thank you again for having me here and kind of going to a little bit. Do we have a crime or a quality of life problem? And the people over here compiled this. We got an email, some people got an email from the mayor saying that basically we're the 27th safest city in California due to its commitment to safety and security. I think that's great. I think that's awesome. However, in the backgroundchecks.org, we actually did not place. So what's the difference? How come we're in one study and we're not in the other? Well, first of all, you know, the first study was from FBI statistics, and those figures are used, and the FBI statistics say, figures used in this report were submitted voluntarily by law enforcement agencies throughout the country. Individuals using these tabulations are cautioned against drawing conclusions by making direct comparisons between cities. The other problem is that FBI statistics actually are compiled only through June 2015, which it did not take the full effects of Proposition 47. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my personal background. I have a double undergraduate in industrial and systems engineering. I was a teacher assistant for the highest level of mathematical differential equations. I have an MBA with a concentration in finance. You can make statistics up. You can, you know, it all depends on the sample size, confidence intervals, regression analysis. I'm not going to give you guys a course here in statistics, but it's not about statistics. It's not about a list. It's about what it's happening to our community. These are real numbers brought from the OCSD website. San Juan Capistrano is actually number 1 in crimes per 1,000. Then is San Clemente. We're above Lake Forest, Laguna Niguel, Mission Viejo, Laguna Woods, Aliso Viejo. Again, if we talk actually about burglaries, this is not accounted for population. We're number 1. We had 163 burglaries. We had more burglaries than Mission Viejo and Lake Forest. Rape, number 1 again. We had 19 rapes, more than Lake Forest and Mission Viejo. And a lot of it is, these are quality of life offenses. This lady, she went to the junior guards program, goes to the Linda Lane with her children, her 3 little kids. She sees some transients having sex. Then this other lady, she takes her kids, you know, and this guy, I'm not going to even read it, but this guy asked her 10-year-old, da-da-da, and you can read it, okay? Urinating in public. This other guy with his pants down exposing himself. None of these things are going to make these statistics because it's not a Part 1 crime. It's not a murder. It's not a rape. But these are quality of lives that are affecting, especially women in this community that are out and about taking their kids. You know, so I leave it with Cord.
And I'll just continue where she left off. What you see here is what New York City did, and what they did is prosecute every single little crime. And what happened is with every misdemeanor that they prosecuted, the crime rate went down. So as the small is the broken window theory, as that's increased, the crimes go down. We did have a good meeting with the city 2 weeks ago, and we did bring them 13 different things that we thought would help. And we're not here just to complain. We are here to help, and this is a back and forth process. I think you can see some of the things here. I'm not really going to go into them because they have been hashed out before, but this is kind of the big one, and this is for the mayor. None of us want your job. None of us want your job. This is not political. This is all about safety, and this is about the people that get on our little forum, and we go, do you feel safer than you did last year? And they say, no. They say, I have to bring my taser or my pepper spray, or they go, I don't even bother going to the store. I don't even bother going to the store at night because I don't feel safe. These are our neighbors that we're talking about. And we had a meeting this morning with Paul Walters. He's the chief of staff with Lisa Bartlett. And he had some good things to say. And he has a depth of experience because he was the chief of police at Santa Ana for 20 years. And he said the broken window does work. But he said you have to have enough police to enforce it. The other thing he said, and we talked about, where you have no option at all, is AB 109 and Prop 47. That's been dropped in all of our laps. And we told him, we're in the curious predicament of having to go to our local city council and say, please protect us against our state and our federal laws. This is what's happening now. And we're all in a very tight predicament. We're here to help. We're not here to take your job. We're here to help. So hopefully you take that with a grain of salt. Thank you.
Jackie Kursky, Christian Sorensen, and Wayne Unkelson.
Hey, Cord and Ava, can you guys provide us with those 13 recommendations that you guys came up with the other day? I noticed you only put 7 up there, so.
Mr. Maxtoff has those.
Hi, I'm Jackie Kriske, and I'd like to thank the City Council for allowing me to speak. I'd also like to thank Eva for all the work she does here with the city. The thing that I'd also like to thank the police department. I don't know if they're here, but they have tirelessly worked with my neighborhood to help provide a safe environment for us. I'd like to draw your attention to the area of Palazada and El Camino Real, Loma Lane. It is an alley that runs behind the 7-Eleven, the smoke shop, La Tiendita, the Bargain Box, Concept Design Center. That area is very, very full of vagrants. It is not just vagrancy, it's people living on the stoop at 502 El Camino Real. They sleep there all day. As of last year, from January 1st to December of 2015, we had 252 police calls to that area asking for help. The police have come to our neighborhood watch meetings. They've been more than diligent, but they are limited because of our number of resources that the city has. We have worked with the city to look at the area. The city has responded by commenting to us as residents that we need to keep our property safe. Well, we have in that Loma Lane area, each of one of us has spent an average of $2,000 installing lights, cameras, fences to protect our property from the vagrancy, the drug dealers that live in that alley. We are now asking you to please help us with the building owners of 502, 504, 508, the Bargain Box, the Concept Design Center, to help us get those buildings up to code. Block the stoop, have those businesses put up lights so that the vagrants can't sleep underneath. It's very dark there. The vagrants spend the night. The problem with that is that they urinate and defecate on our property. When we call the city, there's a fight between who's going to clean it up, and we've always had to clean it up. And I can tell you, I do not like cleaning up human waste. I don't like it, but I do it. So we're asking you, please, to help us enforce some sort of safety with those building owners. In September of 2015, I CC'd the City Council with 50 signatures from our residents, sending a letter to all the business owners, which they all completely ignored. Not one business owner responded to our request for safety, not one. So we have been left as residents with this mess to clean up. The only people that have responded are the police department, and quite frankly, there just is not enough police to help us. They come, it's a low priority call. You call them about someone urinating, there's not much they can do. However, they are very responsive, and I would really like to thank them. The only reason it's not worse is because of the police department. So I'm asking you as a city council to please help us residents, help us at least be able to walk outside. To give you an idea, I called the owner of 7-Eleven Corporate. He said, I'm sorry, I can't have my employees go out in the area for their own safety. I'm like, exactly, for our own safety. So please consider that. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question for you before
Yes.
you step down there. Have you called our code enforcement department?
Every day.
Nice going. All right, very good.
Yeah.
I will.
They're sick of me.
City manager will check up on that. And do we have your contact information?
You have my telephone number.
Bob, I'm kind of curious. You know, we have a facade improvement program we've had implemented for years. Not that I want to propose any policy or anything that's not on the agenda, but it'd be interesting to have the business liaisons meet perhaps with James and collaborate on what could be done there.
Let's have the city manager look into it and see what he can
Please.
find there.
Yeah, it's.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want to
Yes.
ask you a question, too.
Yes.
In response to all your calls and the neighborhood watch program that you had with the police department,
Yes.
Did they increase patrol in the alley?
They did. They did increase their patrol. Like I said, the only reason it's not worse is because they've been diligent about it. And the desk sergeant, I can't think of his name. I forget it all the time. I think it's Mr. Hartman, yes. Very nice man. I call him about every 3 months to remind him that we're there, and he increases patrol again. It dies down. I call him again. He increases. But, it's not a priority call for them as being limited on resources. But they're very responsive, and they help us quite a bit. They do come to our meetings. They're very responsive.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Wayne Eggleston, then Jim Bieber. Did I miss your card, sir?
You did. My name is Christian Sorensen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I skipped right over you. Sorry about
It's
that.
all good. It's all good. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I'm up here to talk about the vagrancy issue. It's apparent that the phrase that's been thrown around is short on resources. We have a very pressing issue as far as our police force, obviously, and that's no secret to anybody here. But I am curious as to what the city is doing about finding a solution. I've seen a lot of hypervigilance as far as kind of shooing them away, making sure not on my lawn kind of an approach. What are we doing as a city to better take care of them, really? It's not going away. It's only getting worse, as evidenced by the prior speakers. I know there was a piece that I read today about how there was a motion to provide some kind of a shelter, and it was shot down, and then I think there was like a 10 beds per church approach that was supposed to be taken that was never really followed through with, and here we are. And so it's a pressing issue. It's kind of bleeding over into other areas of concern as far as the city goes. And I'm tired of being quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Wayne Eggleston, and then Jim Bieber.
Well, I have some good news. My name is Wayne Eggleston, former mayor and city council member and current planning commissioner. I'm speaking tonight as a private resident, but I will be recusing myself at the planning commission, although I'm a volunteer on this issue. A volunteer, why? Because I'm passionate about it and it's part of my DNA. North Beach is going through a renaissance. We have the beach trail, we have the casino, Ellie's Table, Oldie Hanson Beach Club will be opening shortly, Schweck's will be opening shortly. We have a wonderful Colombian restaurant there. The Los Molinos Art District is blooming. We have the Outlet Center, and we'll have over $300 $1 million plus homes in Marblehead. What is missing from this renaissance? It's the rehabilitation and reuse of the Miramar Theater. We have seen a number of proposed projects there, 3 stories with retail underground and a parking lot subterranean. None of them have worked. This is the least intensive project so far proposed. What will it take? It'll take a committed and financially able owner, and it's going to take a committed city. Without these 2 ingredients, nothing will happen. The Miramar will be there and in the same state forever. Each of you have been sent a very preliminary package regarding the proposed plan, and more detail will follow in July. Essentially, the Miramar will be a performing arts and event center, and the rebuilt, and I repeat, rebuilt bowling alley will be a number of culinary specialty restaurants with a courtyard similar to Cedar Creek in San Juan Capistrano. We are requesting that you tonight agendize this proposal for our preliminary review, the first meeting in August. Why the first meeting in August? The owner wishes to take advantage of the current business cycle, and delays will only jeopardize the timing of a favorable financial and construction business cycle. So we are asking you tonight for consideration to start the process for the rehabilitation and the reuse of the Miramar Theater. Please agendize this for the first meeting in July. Thank you.
Bob, I would like to make a motion to agendize that for the August 1st meeting.
You can do it now or then. I think anything.
I'm not in favor of that until I actually see a certificate of title ownership. As you'll require, first of all, Wayne, I'm really pleased that you're involved with this. If anybody can make it happen, it will be Wayne Eggleston. So I thank you for that. But we've been to this rodeo before, and including where somebody, not the owner, came to the podium and said he was the owner. So I would like some due diligence before we agendize it. And specifically, I'd like to physically have staff see a title of ownership from Mr. Spazzeri. And then I'd also like a discussion about the financial backing, which you mentioned in your comments before we agendize it, because I just don't want to start investing staff resources until we are sure that the owner really owns it and that the finances are there should we choose to assist with the renovation.
Why don't we make the request simply contingent on those two due diligence items?
That would be okay. I've actually seen, I believe I've seen the public record with the tax assessor's office, and it says El Camino Real Investments, and I believe that is Mr. Spazzeri. He says, it says it right in here in his letter. He's El Camino Real Estate.
I think the request is simplified by just saying, sure, I think it's worth putting it on the agenda in August, provided that staff feels comfortable with those two contingencies being met, which is title ownership and financial wherewithal.
Okay, but the staff needs to be comfortable, because what I really want to avoid is burning staff resources on something we all wish would happen, but as my father says, hope is not a strategy.
Why don't we ask James if that would be okay?
There you go.
We can take care of that. We can verify the ownership of the property with the assistance of BBK.
I want to see the deed, not because that time that Mr. Batista came and said he was the owner, and that was after hundreds of hours of commission, committee, and staff.
What's a preliminary discussion talk about, though? What's a preliminary? What is it? I'm not familiar with the term there. I mean, that's
a question for Wayne.
Yeah. What?
You received a package this week, and in that package was a discussion of a preliminary review, and so I think you already have that.
Would this be what would be presented to the public then, this package, this preliminary review, the plans, all of that, the timeline, et cetera?
Right, exactly.
So I it's just like anything. We've done business proposals before. We had the French Soccer Institute, which came and presented a business proposal, which didn't go anywhere. But we could simply take that proposal. I imagine the council wouldn't prejudice itself much by making any direction, but we could certainly take the proposal as it is and move forward by directing staff and the Planning Commission review it when it's appropriate. Lori, does that meet the criteria? If staff is comfortable?
So agendize it August 1st?
Assuming that staff has satisfactorily seen the guts of the or the foundation of the idea, because this is essentially a public-private partnership that might be unfolding.
Okay, thanks, Wayne.
Hello. Mr. Mayor, as you're aware, over 5,000 registered voters signed a petition to create district voting in San Clemente, and they were excited to do it, and part of that excitement was seeing where council members live in one cluster. When I initially brought this forth to the San Clemente City Council to look at it, Councilman Tim Brown yelled at me, "Where did you get my address?" He then proceeded to tell everyone that we divulged where he lives, and we have put his family and his wife in jeopardy by showing people his address and where he lived in his house. This continued for quite some time, this fantasy that we put him in jeopardy. And when it comes time to smear a political opponent, you really reach deep for the most vile thing you can accuse somebody of, and that is putting women and children in jeopardy. First, let's talk about how we can discover where somebody lives. If you're 10 years old and you have access to a computer, you can type in Tim Brown, San Clemente, and you'll find a dozen websites that will show your address. If you click directions to your house, you find it. It's not rocket science. It's not Edward Snowden. Everybody knows where everybody lives. But specifically, You went on a tirade telling anybody who would listen that this map and the people who were passing this petition were putting people, not people, your wife and children in jeopardy. Now, I confronted you at the Republican Party Central Committee meeting. The mayor of Aliso Viejo came over, looked at the map, and I said, hey, can you tell where Tim lives? He said, no, I can't. I can't see where you live on this map, Tim. Your response was, well, Jim switched the maps. This is a vicious, nasty lie to say against people that are petitioning their government for change. Now, at this point, everybody in the audience, everybody following at home, they're screaming, they're looking at the screen, they're looking at this, and they're seeing, is there any way a big red dot that covers 4 different blocks, a couple dozen houses, could lead anybody to find out where you live? And the answer is no. And yet you persist in spreading this vicious lie against people that we intentionally put your family in harm. Why? Why do you need to do this? Well, at this point, everybody's kind of coming to the conclusion that potentially, possibly, you're a big liar. And maybe there's like a little defect where you continue to press this lie even after you've been confronted by a fellow mayor of another city who said, cut it out. It's not true. So how do we resolve it? How about if we take a stroll on Del Mar and we approach people left and right with the map that you think that led people to your house, and we ask them straight up, hey, would you like to find out where I live? Can you see in this map, is there any validity to what I've been ranting and raving about? And we can put it to rest. And you can validate that you're not a loon or you're not a liar, that you don't go around smearing people. And so that's my request, is that we put this to rest and we hit and ask average people, are you lying and smearing people, or are you telling the truth? Are you up for it, Councilman, to put this to rest? It's a question. I'll reserve the rest of my time for you to answer it.
All 2 seconds.
Well, whatever you want to take.
See you later.
So you don't want to be up for it?
No, I'll
Jim,
wait for you to finish up.
we're over. We don't have a two-way discussion here.
Okay.
Please go on, John.
Okay, can we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So move.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Ham. All in favor? Any opposed? Passed unanimously.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Oh, no, actually, I have an agenda, an item for.
You want to do it here?
Yeah, that's what you suggested.
On the bond?
Oh, you put down F. I thought that was F from the consent calendar. Okay, she wants to speak on the bond.
Can I do that? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I've never spoke here before, so. My name is Dawn Urbanik, and I'm a resident of San Clemente, and I've also been a longtime advocate for the kids at Capistrano Unified. I actually have been following Capistrano since 2007, and I'm adamantly opposed to any bond. And I'll tell you one big reason why, and that's because that number actually came from a 2009 facilities master plan, and it was an $844 million plan, and it was originally designed to bring all the buildings up to ADA standards. And then they gave all the schools the ability to create a wish list of things they'd want. It was not done. The number that was derived there was never voted on. It was for information and discussion. It's not a vetted number. And for them to come now and add a percentage overage because it's now 7 or 8 years later is not vetted either. And to make you sure you understand, if they get the matching funds, that's a $1.1 billion bond. And to answer Mr. Baker's question, I did a lot of research on the lottery, and 80% of every dollar that's supposed to go to the kids goes to employee pensions and benefits and salaries. Just like 80% of every revenue stream we've ever voted on for the kids goes to salaries, pensions, and benefits, including Prop 30. I believe that we should not get any money, that I think that we're legally entitled to money from the state of California, who uses our public education system to raise revenues and then spend it on other things. They have a constitutional obligation to first fund public education, which they don't do. If you look at the 5-year master plan, facilities master plan for the state, they didn't give one penny to public education, K through 12. And that's because they knew it would be very good for, they would have a very easy path to have every city and county and school board raise a facilities bond, and that's what's happening. You're going to have a state bond. You're going to have a Capistrano bond, a Saddleback Valley bond. You could have an Orange County Department of Education bond, and you could have a Saddleback College bond. And there's no discussion, and all of a sudden taxpayers could be faced with all those expenses and plus the continuation of Prop 30. And then the state has already allowed cities and counties to raise their taxes by 1%, the cap by 1%. So this is just a big money grab, and the kids are not going to benefit. And we should be able to write a letter to the state, and I have proven that they owe our children $1.56 billion in money that they have withheld from the Capistrano Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, next is consideration of adding items to the agenda that require immediate action.
Yeah, this is a small one, and it's housekeeping. The California Joint Powers Insurance Authority has their annual meeting where all 120 members attend, and they need a quorum. And I'm unable to attend the meeting, and alternate Brown is unable to attend. I learned yesterday when I was emailing the CJPIA that, in fact, our city manager could be our voting delegate, but that we have to vote on that. So what I'd like to do is agendize the item right now. So I move that we agendize this item.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then what I'd like to do is make a motion to appoint City Manager James Maxinoff to represent the city as the voting delegate at the CJPIA meeting of July 20th, 2016.
Okay, motion by Donchak, second by Brown. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Okay.
So you need to be there at
Thank you,
5:30. Okay. Oh, that got applause. And then Councilmember Ham, I had the voting right for the CASA, but I arranged with Kim to pass that over to Dana Point for this meeting. So Scott Schofel will be voting for the CASA at this meeting. This CJPIA meeting, yeah. Okay, just for your information. Thank you.
Okay. Did you want to consider matrix at this point? Up to you.
Before we go to the consent calendar, I've had a request that item 9B be moved up. The representative for Matrix needs to catch a flight, so can we? Everybody okay with moving that up to right now? All right, we'll.
I'll be very short and turn it over to Richard Brady, the president of Matrix, a consulting group. As we went through the long-term financial plan and the budget workshop and then eventually the budget adoption, council voiced the want of doing a police assessment study with Orange County Sheriff's Department. So we reached out to Matrix, who has a very large plethora of experience in doing police assessments. And so the proposal for the police assessment is part of the agenda report. With that, I'm going to go ahead and conclude staff's presentation and turn it over to Richard to do a very brief presentation of what the study will be doing and take any questions the council may have. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I do have a brief presentation, but it's going to be shorter than this presentation. So I'm going to give you copies of it, and I'll briefly go through what I wanted to talk to you about. A few weeks ago, Mr. Sund reached out to me and our firm to have us think about the idea of a police services study for San Clemente. So we put together a scope of work, which I think you have right now. And what I want to talk to you tonight is about the idea of a police services study and how a consulting approach to it can, a comprehensive approach can give you a lot of benefit in terms of looking at how resources are utilized within the city right now, how services are provided, what they cost, and what kind of alternatives you have at your disposal both now and in the future. Oops, I went the wrong way. Oh. I went the wrong way. Could you hit it? Okay, so it's right and left? Okay, thanks. Each one's a little different. So the city's been contracting with the Orange County Sheriff's Office for service since 1993. And our firm and predecessor firms have worked with the city when they had their own police department back in the late 1980s, when we did a citywide study for Mike Parness and the council at that time. And so a lot has happened since then. Right now, you've got a police department with 49 personnel that you pay for directly, plus another 17 and a half, I think it is, in terms of shared services. But based on some of the things we've heard tonight, based on what we heard a year ago when we were here presenting on another issue, based on the changes that have happened in the service environment, your own budget processes the last few years, a lot of questions have come up with in San Clemente about the nature of the service you're providing, about the approach that the Sheriff's Office are utilizing and addressing problems in the community, how they're working with the community, and what your choices are. And so that's the basis for the question and for the outreach to our firm. A periodic examination of contract services is, I think, a best practice. I know for a fact, because we work for several of them, many of your neighbors in Orange County are asking the same question. All of the contract service communities in Riverside County are asking the same question. It's very common. Your service delivery has doubled in the last 25 years. The population's doubled too, but it's changed substantially over the years as well. And the nature of those services and the nature of the problems in the community have changed. And a study like this is designed to understand what those changes are and what your choices are in dealing with them. So the scope of work that we outlined was to provide a comprehensive look at the city of San Clemente in terms of not just crime, but also, as we heard tonight, non-crime kinds of quality of life types of issues, and really to get an understanding of how the Sheriff's Office works with the community to understand what those problems are, how they deploy personnel to address those issues, how they work with private nonprofits, how they work with other municipal and county agencies to address those problems, and the choices that you have, cost-effective choices where those are possible to get the most out of the contract services that you've got right now, or different kinds of services or additional services based on what the problems are in the community. I think it's important to you, given what I've heard tonight and what I've heard following the city over the last several years, that community input would be a vital part of that. I think you have created or are creating a citizens task force to look at that. You would need to work alongside them in this kind of study, as we would in this. But interviews with community stakeholders, focus group meetings with people in different areas of the community, an online community survey are great ways of getting community input alongside the fact-based kind of approach at looking at what the problems are in the community, what the Sheriff's Office is doing about them, and what your choices are for dealing with them in the future. So that would take a comprehensive and effort working with representatives of the Orange County Sheriff's Office to understand what the roles that each of their staff have in providing service, how they identify problems, how they make staff accountable for doing something about it, whether it's homelessness or aggressive panhandling, or whether it's burglary or other problems in the community. Each of these, from broken windows to crimes, are things that the police department, the police services contract needs to take into consideration as they're providing services. So you need a factual study, one that's looking at the whole city and the opportunities for improvement within the contract, or looking outside of the contract in terms of new ways of providing service, and having ways of expanding and improving community engagement as you go through this. So we put together a step-by-step project work plan that starts with understanding service delivery, deployment, workload and service levels to the community, and providing you with something that I don't think you've had in a very long time, and that is a comprehensive portrait of what law enforcement services are in San Clemente. I don't mean a budget document. I don't mean something that's a request for your service or for their comment or in response to a question that's come up to the city. I mean a comprehensive look at everything that they do as a law enforcement agency in terms of solving law enforcement related problems. From there, we would go through an issues identification process that would include the community input in the ways that I described, as well as comparing you to best practices. And I think that's really important in a situation like this. You need to know how you compare to the best that you can be as a law enforcement agency here, and where you have the opportunity to improve that within the existing contract or to make changes in the contract to achieve where you need to go. And then that leads to the analysis and the final report. So some of the things that we're working on, we're able to get into data analytics much more in the last few years because Sheriff's Office computer systems and Police Department computer systems have really changed quite a bit over the last few years. It allows us to look at types of problems by time, as this does, to look at how you're deploying people to address peaks of workload in the community, but how you make them their time valuable so that when you don't have peak workload, what they're doing proactively to address problems in the community as they've been identified. As well as time, there's geography. So we have a lot of power to look at how calls, how crime, how other quality of life issues vary by area of the city, and that affects deployment as well and the use of personnel. And able to look at hotspots, and these kinds of things are really important to look at types of crime, major crime, quality of life issues to identify risk in the community. So why use a consultant? Because you've got some choices. You've got a citizens task force to address this. I think first and foremost, it's a lot of experience. Our firm, other firms have hundreds of law enforcement agencies that they've worked with in California and elsewhere around the country, and especially in a contract service situation, to look at the advantages and the opportunities for improvement within that. Part of that experience is understanding what best practices are and how you could target that within the community. Most importantly, it needs to be a fact-based, comprehensive approach. And a consulting firm doesn't have a vested interest in the outcome. Our job is to be independent and objective and to give you the best advice, the best recommendations you can have with the resources that you've got right now, or how to use those resources differently. So just a little bit about us at the end. We have all that experience. We worked with 300 police departments around the country, 100 in California alone, plus one in Canada, both in staffing studies, but increasingly alternative service delivery studies, looking at contract service situations or shared service situations. Within the last 18 months, we work with Laguna Hills. We work with La Quinta and Riverside County. We're currently working with 9 other contract cities in Riverside County. Just finished a study in Dublin and Alameda County. But out of state, we've worked with scores of communities because, again, everybody, whether they contract for service or have their own police department, are looking at law enforcement services now for a variety of reasons. In most communities, it's the highest expenditure category within the budget. And secondly, you don't have to turn on the television for very long to understand that community engagement, community issues are prevalent everywhere. And so now the partnerships that police have with the community is paramount. It's very important. And so most communities are looking at for the best service that they can get and a most cost-effective service that they can get. And that's where these studies can be very valuable in terms of advice, but also to look at the whole picture in terms of what you're dealing with in law enforcement-related services. So that's their presentation. I'd like to answer your questions.
Okay. Who's got a question?
I do.
Anybody? Go ahead, Kath.
Can you go back to the slide, if you're able to, on the tasks?
Yeah.
Okay. If you look at number 3, the community input, I was going to talk to the council about this, but I'd like to know your opinion before you leave. I think it would be more advantageous to us because we need to solve this problem and get to know what is wrong in our city. Rather than have a citizen task force, I was going to talk to the council tonight anyway about doing a public workshop. So what I wanted to know from you, because it seems like we're duplicating efforts here. You have that you're going to have 3 community meetings. Would it be beneficial to you and us if we held our public workshop and you were at that?
Sure.
Would you, in your time frame, would you be able to do that in early September, or is that too soon?
No, we could do that. No, there's a lot of ways of getting input, and I mean each community has different needs. They've got different, history in terms of getting to this issue, and working in a public workshop like that or multiple workshops is consistent with what we're talking about getting public input in a variety of ways.
Okay, so he's saying that he could do that in September. I was going to propose that we do a public workshop with the council and the police department so that we can hear our citizens' concerns rather than this citizen task force, because I think that's going to take too long. And I don't think it's necessary, especially in light of that we're doing the study. So, can
I don't know if we're just simply providing direction, city manager on that, or
can we make a motion on that? or-
no, it's not. It wouldn't-
Let's just talk to James about this and have him include this in the discussion, because we're not going to carve these in stone, are we, James? Or are we going to give you some latitude?
I think you can give us some latitude to work with.
Because frankly, I don't see a survey in here anywhere where there is a survey in here. Okay, well, look good, because that's important. Because if you have as you go around town and you have a meeting, it's oftentimes it's the same folks that show up. So you reach out to people and talk to people and get input from people who don't go to meetings or don't watch. I can't imagine anybody's not watching this on TV tonight, but I'll bet there are some folks that aren't. Anyway, there is a survey included in
Definitely.
this. Okay.
For the online survey, it's important for the city to get the word out on your website, social media, working with community groups. We just finished a community policing study for Austin, Texas, and they have a very sophisticated set of use of social media and other ways of getting the word out, both from the city and with the police department. And we got over 4,000 responses to the online survey. So it does help.
I have some questions, Bob, if that would be okay.
Are
Kathy, are you all
you
wrapped up?
good, Kathy, with?
I'm good. I would like to reach consensus of whether we're going to have the community, the citizen task force, or hold a public workshop.
I think it's all kind of out there right now. It's still somewhat nebulous, but I think we want to address the item. And what form that takes, at that point, I think we can work with the city manager matrix to congeal on that. It may be that the task force is an outgrowth of the public workshops. I don't know how much I want to make very firm decisions without getting closer to,
I just think that should be the first step. It's maybe a public workshop. Can I just ask one more question? In this, would you be interviewing each council member?
Definitely.
Or give us a survey? Okay.
No, we would interview you at the beginning of the study.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you assess the impact or the efforts of code enforcement and their interplay with law enforcement? We've got to beefing up our code enforcement staff. And so I just wanted to, how do you assess that? And how does that play into your analysis?
That is really important, because in most communities, yours included, the dividing line between what is a code issue and what's a law enforcement issue can be a little blurry, or the line moves quite a bit. We've actually got a little leg up on that, because we're currently working with you on a code enforcement issue, and so we've got staff who've been working on this issue for the last few weeks. So I think we'd have a really great understanding of code enforcement.
That's great. And then another question I had was regarding comparisons. This is a very sensitive item right now for a lot of folks in town, because there's different ideas of staffing levels and how you compare correctly. When you're conducting these comparisons, how is it that you choose cities to compare to? Do finances play into it? Is it all contract cities, or is it direct PDs? What's the methodology behind that?
Okay, a couple of things. First of all, we haven't actually proposed a comparative survey. We've proposed a best practices comparative survey. So here's the problem with the comparative surveys, and we do them in quite a lot of our studies, and if you really wanted it, we could find a way to do it.
Could you just define what the difference is between those? Because that was a very subtle word change, but it didn't, didn't register for me very well.
Sorry about that. Okay. So Laguna Hills, in that study, for example, that council was very interested in a comparative survey. So we looked at most of the contract cities in Orange County, as well as other non-contract cities in Orange County and Los Angeles County, for number of staff, and looked at number of staff per capita, budget per capita, crime per capita, those types of things. Bless you. That was a cough, though. What that doesn't tell you, you get graphs that say, that San Clemente is number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but it doesn't tell you what the right answer is. And it doesn't tell you why it is what it is, and it doesn't account for the variables. So the reason why we prefer the best practices approach is that we're saying, what are the best targets that you could have as a law enforcement agency serving a city like San Clemente? in terms of the kind of programs and services it provides, how it interacts with the community, what kind of proactive time do they have in patrol, how do they use it, do they use it effectively to generate activity, what are their ties with the community, how do they report back to you, a lot of quantitative and qualitative types of things. And so, so we're trying to get you and your law enforcement services to be the best that they can be for San Clemente. And I think comparing you to a jurisdiction that may not share everything that is San Clemente, or very little of what San Clemente is, doesn't get you very far. So, I mean, you're contracting with the same agency that many other agencies in Orange County are contracting with. So this, the basis for the contract is the same, the units of service, all that kind of stuff. So it all gets down to, what do you want as a city in terms of your law enforcement services? So the purpose of this study is to look at how efficient that is. Is it effective in terms of targeting the kinds of problems that you have in the community? How are they accountable to you for that? And how are they partnering with the community? So these are San Clemente questions, and you're a pretty unique place, and that's why we would want to do it that way.
One last question. Sorry, Mayor. The data. You're going to be doing hotspots. You're doing call information. You've worked with Laguna Hills, so you have some familiarity with sheriffs. How valid and reliable will the data be to be able to do the work that you need to do? Do you feel comfortable that there's a degree of certainty there that we'll be able to really count on that, or just give me a flavor of what that would be.
There's a high degree of confidence in their data, both in terms of the computer-aided dispatch system, the records management system that they have in place, plus in Orange County, they have methods where police officers keep track of things that may or may not be included in the computer-aided dispatch system, because quite often there are things that don't get entered when they're like community engagement, talking to somebody on the side of the road, and they would log that. So we do have access to those kinds of information.
Last question, Mayor, sorry. I just wanted to know if the chief had anything that you want, any comfort level, or I know he's back there listening in. And we'll apologize. We moved this up on the agenda. You may not have heard, but I just wanted to see if the chief wouldn't mind weighing in on this. And oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, at some point. Right. Sorry, Chief.
I've got two. One is you used the term comprehensive consistently. So I would like to make sure marine safety, in addition to code enforcement, is part of what you look at, because that's a financial commitment we choose to make, and it also there's a kind of a blurred line between what happens in the summer, between what's OCSD and what's marine safety. My bigger, first of all, I think I will be supporting staff's recommendation, because I think this is a very valuable analysis we're about ready to embark on. But my literally million-dollar question for you is, how do we measure success? You saw those rape statistics earlier. Those are alarming. In a recent report, it was reported that our type 1 crimes only increased 11% versus a year ago. That's unacceptable. So are you going to, and then that individual that had the New York City graph, are you going to be able to give us some sort of a tracking system, so that if we were to pursue some of your strategies at the end of it, we'd be able to say a year or 2 years from now, wow, this made San Clemente safer?
Absolutely. And it may take longer than 1 or 2 years.
Yeah. But you get the idea. How we measure is how we manage, and so how are you going? I'm hoping you give us a system.
We will, and I think everybody's asking these questions today. And so it's not just a question of counting things. It's really the process that gets you to those long-range counts. And it's a strategy, again, of defining problems in the community, of getting communities, citizens to partner with law enforcement in this, to being transparent as a law enforcement agency themselves, and developing specific strategies to develop toward the highest priority problems in the community, whether it's violent crime, whether it's problems associated with displaced people, whether it's property crimes, whatever those problems tend to be. You need specific strategies that can be measured, and so you can see the results of those approaches.
Because it wouldn't be disappointing to me if one of your recommendations was we get quarterly statistics, and they're framed in a way that they're always presented the same, so we can trend them over time.
Right.
So I'm really keen on how you measure success as an outcome.
Okay, got a member of the public that would like to speak here. Brad?
Thank you.
I have a question. How many of you have read a study from Matrix on police services? You've read one, you've read one, and I'm surprised all 5 of you haven't read at least 2 or 3 of them before you vote on this tonight. I find that, this council loves to approve studies, and spend money. How do you do that without reading comprehensively? Because I would think if you picked up the Laguna Hill study, which I haven't read, you could probably adopt most of those, or at least focus this study, because this gentleman seems to know what he's doing, on where we really want. We don't need to ask the people. You guys sit here every week, every 2 weeks and listen to the people complaining. We're down police services. We're down number of officers. Instead, we have people working at the city, staff that we didn't have 4 years ago. I mean, you've just chosen where to put your money, and then you want to spend more money. I can't imagine that you should approve this tonight without knowing what you specifically want, rather than asking, where should we go? I just think it's so bizarre that you would actually spend our city money without having a plan for the consultant, not having the consultant having a plan for the city. It seems backwards to me. Laura, you asked that question. I think it was the right question. I mean, how can we go forward without saying, this is what we really want you to look at? This is what our goal is, rather than having the study and then saying it's going to take years. So that means we're going to have more studies and more studies. I know we have a competent city manager, and he's been in other cities. I'm sure he has some great ideas for this. I just don't see spending money until this city has the layout of what it wants to spend the money on, what it expects to get out of it. Stats are stats. If you just want stats, hire me and some other people for $0 and we'll give you those stats. That's all available. That's not what you hire a consultant for. You hire a consultant for advice. If all we want is stats, you can call the Sheriff's Department, they'll give it to you. You can do it through Freedom of Information requests. So before we spend $50,000, I think this council should put it off for 2 weeks and then tell the consultant exactly what we want and how we can get it less expensive and how we can get it focused, because I don't think we have the money to hire more officers. It appears from what we've seen. So that's just my, I think you're doing a good job and going in the right direction. We need to know these answers, but I'm not sure this is the right way to go about it. Thank you very much.
Dave, you want to say a couple of words about some of the things that you're hoping to hear about this, or am I putting you on the spot here? No, that's fine. Okay.
Council, thank you for hearing me tonight. I want to tell you a few things of what's going on since even the last 2 council member meetings ago. I met with Bill Hart, who came up here and said, hey, what are we doing as a community to get behind police? And what are we doing to try to solve some of these problems, the homeless issue, the sober living home issue, Prop 47, AB 109. I got through speaking with Ava O'Keefe and the group out front just prior to coming up here, and we've discussed a lot of the issues of what's going on in the community. And, my heart and police services goal is to make this the most safe community that we can possibly come up with the resources that we have. I mean, that's truly what we're trying to accomplish. Are more cops on the streets more effective? Yes, if utilized in the right way. Right now, what I'm trying to do is put together a comprehensive team, which would be a special enforcement type team on steroids, to try to get out and serve as we've done already in the Ocean View Plaza area, with a concentrated force, taking on these different issues that we have within our community. Speaking with Bill Hart, going back to that conversation, I met with him last week, and I said, we need to come together with the city and other public entities within the community and the community itself and develop a forum where we can sit down and talk, discuss as a whole what the issues are and what we can bring to the table. Every group, from FAM to our local next door neighbors here, the Marines, maybe they can bring in a security force that they can help police some of the bars down here in the Golden Triangle area where we're having a lot of the issues on Friday and Saturday nights. So there's already discussion, there's things in place right now that we're trying to do and accomplish to try to reach a comprehensive measure. When we talk about statistics, coming out with quarterly statistics, I'm working right now with our agency to try to get those quarterly statistics generated in a timely manner, but because we have different things happen in the background with our systems folks, I can't get those statistics quick enough to push those statistics out. So some of these things are possible, but it's going to take some time because our systems have changed and they've been revamped. We're a computer, we've got computer based reporting now. So everything is not handwritten logs. It's all based on computer-driven information. So it takes a while for those things to get ramped up. So I think a lot of the things that are going on in the community today, they're real issues. I'm not saying there aren't issues here, but when we look at, I'll bring the rape information up because it's been talked about twice. DOJ has changed their definition of rape in 2013. January 2013.
Tell us what DOJ
okay,
is.
so the Department of Justice, and this
good.
is a directive coming from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They changed the reporting definition for rape. Now it's a comprehensive, more broader umbrella of what rape is. And it's not, and just as an example, let me throw this
Maybe
up.
we should just stick to the matrix study, because that was just a for instance when I brought that up.
Okay.
And so I really don't want to get that far into the weeds tonight.
Yeah, let him clarify it, because our
Yeah,
public
go
has
ahead-
heard
go ahead,
that
Dave.
rape is up in San Clemente. I
And
would
just
like that
remember, the
clarified.
chart was not versus year ago that we saw tonight, it was versus other cities. So when you go forward with your definition, I would think every city would have been affected equally.
The man's making a point here.
Just as an example, if someone were to walk in the front door tomorrow and say, "Hey, I was raped 3 times last year," that will go down as a 3-count rape for 2016. It doesn't go back to the prior years of when it transpired. So the statistics, by pure definition and by when it was reported, sometimes can be inflated. Okay, we went back and I went with the city manager count by count over the large numbers, and you can get the information from him, but it's not at the face value of what it appears to be. So I'm just throwing that out as an example because I know it's been brought up several times. We're doing what we can do with the resources and things that we have, and we truly are trying to think of some out-of-the-box ways to make the city that much safer. So just so you know, police services are working as best they can to accomplish that goal. So it's probably more than you asked for or wanted, but
Love your perspective. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Okay, any questions for Dave? All right, thank you.
My only comment in this is, all respect to Brad. I mean, we're always looking for ways to try and save money for the city and to try and reduce our costs. But, this is something where, we take this analysis, and the problem is there seems to be a gap in perception between many members of the public and a lot of perception as to what the leadership in the city perceives the issues are. And the last thing you need is to take another study and have us digest that and have the same outcomes, and the other side is saying different things. I think that Matrix allows for almost a third-party assessment with the workshops that allows you to get almost to an impartial component, not completely impartial because they are on our payroll, but somewhat of an impartial component of that allows them to say, here's what the issues are, here's what you need to do going forward. I think the study would be very worthwhile. It'd be a little bit like a penny wise, pound foolish. We could save money on the study, but we're committing, fairly substantial amount of our budget to police services, and this is a fraction of that. And so I'd really like to see what the outcome is, particularly of the public meetings and the surveys and all the other items that would come out of that. Because I think at the end of the day, we'll be in a better place than we are now. And you correct me if I'm wrong, this is a matter, of course. We do public utilities, we do all these items. This is something that happens on a fairly continuing basis. So I don't think it's anything unusual. I probably think it's a little overdue, frankly, so I'm going to support it.
I'm going to mention that Laguna Hills, in that study, when they were looking at out-of-area calls that they were paying for, and it came down through the study that Laguna Woods was disproportionately taking their police services away, and they were able to negotiate getting some money back from that on it. So that's what the good outcome was in Laguna Hills, and I don't know how much it saved them, but I think it was considerable. I think with them interviewing us, I think they're going to get an idea of what our concerns are, and so I disagree. I think this study will be beneficial because our concerns will be vetted through their process. So
Is that a
I'll be
motion?
for it.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion.
You got something to say there?
Oh, I can just make it short and sweet. Anything that's going to shine a light on public safety in the city of San Clemente, I think is a good thing. The discussions that we've had as a council the last 3 budget cycles have been over public safety. And now we have residents who are bringing these issues to the forefront more so than we have done in the past. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to have a third party take a look at it. And although I believe Chief Moody's doing everything he can to keep us safe in this community, I think this will be a good thing. So I'm going to support it.
I'll second.
You going to make a motion?
Second Kathy's motion.
Should we wait for her to make it? Yeah. Go ahead. You going to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. We approve staff recommendation to approve and authorize the city manager to execute contract C16-43 by and between the City of San Clemente and Matrix Consulting Group, providing for an assessment of San Clemente Police Services in an amount not to exceed $49,000. Approve a supplemental appropriation of $49,000 for fiscal year 2017 from the general fund's unassigned fund balance to account 001-218-43690-000-00000, other professional services for a one-time assessment study.
Okay, motion by Ward, second by Doncheck. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Closed session report, City Attorney.
Mayor and Council, there's no action taken that's reportable.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. Staff is recommending that item P be deferred to the council meeting of August 2nd.
Jay?
Oh.
Okay. Want to move the balance? Nothing for me.
Move the balance.
Second.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Ward. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Okay, item J. Kathy and Lori are pulling this.
I don't see Denise. Denise isn't still here, is she? Oh, Denise, can you come up?
Hi, good evening.
Denise, I want to ask you a question on the senior needs.
Yes.
That portion. It said that last year the council directed the Human Affairs Committee to start a subcommittee to look at strategies to address the needs. Has that been done?
Yes. Yes.
There has been a subcommittee?
Yes, so the senior village, the San Clemente Village, started about a year and a half ago behind Mayor Baker, and they are actually launching in September. They are meeting on a monthly basis at community development offices, and they will have a big meeting coming up at the outlets on July 27th. So I can send you all that detailed information tomorrow morning.
Okay, so to address the current needs, we're using the San Clemente Village program to do that?
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Okay. The other question I had is, see, I didn't realize that was handling it, but I wanted to know why the topic of elder abuse, it seemed that was the first thing that the subcommittee was taking on, or that the HAC was taking on. So I wanted to hear if there's other senior things that they're doing, but it seems like it's all the San Clemente Village.
Yes, so the San Clemente Village is the subcommittee, and all of the different needs and community concerns are being brought to that committee. And so the elder abuse was one
Okay,
of
it was not clear from the staff report. It
Oh,
just looked
I
like we
apologize.
didn't have a committee, and elder abuse was the first thing that we were looking at. I just wanted to make sure that the senior needs really are being looked at overall. Is part of looking at the senior center and what options we have there, is that part of what the subcommittee is looking at?
Right now, no, it is not. No, we're looking at senior resources, keeping folks, seniors housed, and then also networking and community resources for seniors in need.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Denise, hang on.
First of all, I want to acknowledge that we have 3 members of the Human Affairs Committee in the back row, and I want to thank you for your dedication and your hard work.
Yes.
And a great report. My question is actually directed to the city manager, and it's in a similar category. I'm not sure. What I'd like to ask for is an update on the Dorothy Visser Senior Center in terms of our partnership, in terms of the financial arrangements that are going on, in terms of tenant improvements, how the parking is going, because it occurs to me that that and the fire station have been open for business now, about 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd just like to check in, and I don't know if that should be a staff report, if that should be a white paper, but I'm interested in our financial arrangements with the senior center. I'm understanding that Marilyn Diddy might be changing her role, so I'd like to understand the leadership changes and just how we're doing.
We'll do a memo to the council, and then the council can decide if they want us to bring that back.
Thank you. Okay. So, and you understand, I mean, financial leadership, how we're serving the community.
I would like to add to that what services we're actually providing
Sure.
to the seniors to that. I'd really like to get an idea of what that program is.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's attending.
Yeah. And I think I said tenant improvements, too. It's 5 years later and still hearing about the acoustic issues in there, and I'm not sure whose job that is to address that. So, for example, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move the item if there's no more discussion on it.
Second.
Motion by Doncheck, second by Ward. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Pass unanimously. All right, item O is Mr. Brown.
I just pulled this item as a quick information item. I've been a big fan. I attended this concert. I've attended the past few, actually, for the All-American Boys Choir, and it was just a tremendous event. A lot of different folks had showed up to it. And I just wanted to point out and just do a little free advertising for them. They have a community concert. It's going to be saluting veterans, and it's going to be at the Community Center on October 21st, 2016. Usually a great turnout, and it's awesome. I had a chance to speak at it a few years ago, and I loved every minute of it. So I really hope that folks put it on their calendar to attend, because it's a great patriotic affair. Feeling the patriotism of Bob's tie, I just felt necessary to mention that. So anyway, I think it's a worthy thing, and with that, I'll move the item.
Okay, motion by Brown, second by Ham. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Pass unanimously. Thank you.
I know. America.
The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. This evening's public hearing is to consider a request to construct a 40-unit congregate care assisted living facility at 101 Avenida, Calafia.
Folks, we're going to need, we're going to need about just a few minutes for a break here. We'll come back at quarter after. We need a 10-minute break there. Thanks. right, welcome everybody. We'll call the meeting back to order. Mr. Jones, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Cliff Jones, project planner. This is a request for a assisted living facility. The project site's located at 101 Avenida, Calafia. The site is vacant. It's 28,111 square feet. The site's visible when you exit the 5 freeway. And as you can see, the surrounding uses include residential to the west, the I-5 freeway to the north, the San Clemente Inn is to the east, and San Clemente State Park is located to the south. The assisted living facility is for residents with dementia and Alzheimer's. There are 40 units proposed. Each room can accommodate up to 2 beds, which would allow for an 80-bed maximum. However, the applicant anticipates that most persons would like to have their own room, and anticipates somewhere closer to 60 beds, but staff analyzed this project as a 80-bed maximum occupancy. The project is designed as...
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
Yes, so
The 60 and the 80.
Correct, yeah, so the staff analyzed the project as a 80-bed maximum facility. However, the applicant anticipates having closer to 60 beds, but because they want the option to have up to 80 beds, staff analyzes as an 80-bed facility. The project is designed in Spanish Colonial Revival architectural style as required. It's 2 stories with tower elements. The majority of the parking is provided subterranean below the structure. And the project meets city standards with 2 exceptions, and I'll go over those exceptions. And the project does provide a community benefit in that it provides increased housing for seniors and persons with cognitive impairment. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of the project and complimented the architecture and site plan and felt that the use fulfills a community need by providing housing for the disabled. So the first requested exception is for a setback exception. The code requires a 10-foot setback between the assisted living facility and the adjacent residential property. In this case, the adjacent residential property is located across Avenida Calafia, which is a 80-foot right-of-way. So the closest point here is being requested to be reduced from 10 feet to 8 feet. And the purpose for the setback is to allow light and air to get in between the developments. In this case, you have a street that's 80 feet separating the 2 properties. There's ample space for light and air. And so staff has felt as though we could support that exception request.
Cliff, wait a minute. That's only because that's a corner property, and we've defined one corner as the front and one corner as the side. Is that correct there?
Yeah, in this case, the code says that you need to have a side yard setback of 10 feet between the assisted living facility project and an abutting residential property. And so in this case, the abutting residential is across the street there, across Avenida Calafia. So the 10-foot requirement is regardless of whether the project was fronting, the front yard setback was fronting on Calafia or Presidente. The project just requires that 10-foot setback. And the setback does vary along Calafia between 8 feet and 23 feet along that side property line there.
So it's not set back from the residence, it's set back from the street?
Correct, 8 feet from the street.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So total setback from the closest residential property is 88 feet. So that's the first exception request. And the second exception request is to increase the density from 40 units to 29 units. The Planning Commission staff supported this, recommended approval of this density exception because the housing element identifies a need for seniors, housing for seniors and persons with disabilities. We have a shortage of that type of housing. And also, the majority of the residents are cognitively impaired and less likely to have impacts to the neighborhood. They're going to be supervised. They won't be leaving the neighborhood. The use would have less parking and traffic impacts to the neighborhood than, say, a commercial shopping center or an office use developed at the site. And because the majority of these residents are seniors, there won't be any impacts to school services. This is what the development looks like. You can see the front of the development. It's a Spanish Colonial Revival architectural style, includes the white stucco, the red tile roofs, Spanish, other details such as wrought iron, decorative tile. There's a decorative fountain at the entry to the project. And at the rear of the site is where most of the recreation space is provided. You can see the ground level recreation space, the rooftop deck recreation space, and the covered recreation space on the second floor. And the site is located at a gateway to our community because it's visible when you exit the 5 freeway. So because of that, the project was required to be designed in Spanish Colonial Revival architectural style, which it is. And also, what this slide helps to show is that there's a ocean view visible when exiting the 5 freeway, and this project will maintain that ocean view. The staff requested that we continue this item from the June 13th meeting to allow staff to look at a general plan policy GM 1.03. And when we looked at that policy and the City Council's approval of that policy, we discovered that that policy was a better location for it would not be within the community edge section of the general plan. The community edge section talks about development outside the city. So staff is recommending that the general plan be amended, that the City Council direct staff to amend the general plan to locate the infill development policy under a new infill development section, so that way the context of the policy is in the correct context, essentially. Also, staff included a condition of approval, condition number 50, to ensure that the project pays its fair share of costs for ambulatory services annually, and so that was included into the project as well. And at the request of Councilmember Ham, staff reviewed a couple revisions to conditions number 49 and 50 and had our city attorney review those revised conditions as well. And we support those conditions. Those are the ones that you see up on the slide above. So staff is recommending approval of those conditions. That concludes staff's presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to respond to any questions or comments that you may have. Thank you.
I have a couple. I just wanted to point out, in our staff report, there's no mention of the valet parking, but I saw it in the conditions. Is that a current condition, the valet parking during visitor times?
Yes, that is a condition of approval of the project that is included.
Okay. It was confusing because when we were going through it, and that wasn't in there, it started to look like we had more and more impacts to it. So I saw that that was one of the requirements. Can you point out to me, if you're looking at the building, which side is the north corner?
So there's kind of people always think what's north and south in San Clemente, but the north corner would be on the right side facing Calafia.
Okay. So which tower was it that that staff recommended be raised higher to add architectural interest? Which?
Oh, the tower you're talking about at the design review subcommittee level?
Yes.
I believe.
I just wanted to know which part of this building was recommended to be higher.
I'll have to. I think it was.
They said it's the north. I can tell you the north corner of the building.
The one on the far left. The far left. Yeah, the turret feature on the far left was the one that was recommended that the roof pitch be increased.
Can you point to that?
Sure.
Test you on your point in the pointer. Okay, so it's on that side. Okay. All right. I'm glad I asked because I thought it was the other side. I think that's all the questions I have for you. But I am wondering why the 60 and the 80 difference in how many people are in here. We have a letter from the applicant that does state, he's anticipating 60. But he's also saying that 25% of the residents they're probably going to drive. And so we didn't get that in the report. We just got that most of the people will not be driving. So I kind of wanted to know, mildly cognitive, are those the people that are probably going to be driving?
I probably would prefer to have the applicant discuss those operational
Okay.
issues.
All right. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Cliff, I'm still a little confused on the setbacks. Why did we? Isn't the purpose of these setbacks to get buildings away from the street, to give a little less feel to people that are driving by, like the building's not right on top of them? Why did we not do that in this case?
In this, the code section required the side yard setback. So in this case, it was a side yard setback between developments. The code anticipated that the projects would be, or the sites would be abutting one another without a street in between, and the code provision required a setback between a residential property and the assisted living facility property. If it were a commercial property adjacent, there wouldn't actually be you could have a setback up to 0 feet. But in this case, because it was residential, the code required a 10-foot setback. And this project, the setback varies. It's 8 feet to 23 feet along that side. So at the closest corner, it's 8 feet, but then it actually increases to 23 feet. Staff was supportive of that proposed setback scenario.
Well, it seems to me like the we need to fix something about some of these corner properties. I'm comfortable if the setback goes from 8 to 23 feet. We're not going to feel like the building's right on top of us. I'm okay with that. But in general, for further review of some of these corner properties, are we comfortable with calling a front yard and a side yard when a corner property's on two streets? Is there some way to call them both front yard setbacks or both side yard setbacks or something like that, so we can be a little more, I don't know, to make things easier on you guys? Or it seems like if you've got a property that is on a corner and on one side of the property you decide to have a side yard setback, and the other side you decide to have a front yard setback, and you remodel it and you move the door to the other side. Now is it the the things I'm talking about?
Sure.
So can we help in that direction?
Yeah,
is all I'm
when
asking.
I do some of the zoning administrator meetings, sometimes that's an issue, and we can look at it with the update in the zoning code. Some possibilities for corner lots. One of the problems we run into on corner lots for residential is if you do a front yard on both sides, it leaves no developable area for the lot. So we can look at some options to make it more consistent in how we interpret it, because there's a lot of odd-shaped lots, and sometimes it's not really clear what's the front yard or the side. Some lots only have 3 sides, so that makes it more complicated too. So we could definitely shore that up.
Okay. I think it'd be, city manager, I think it'd be something that we should, take a look at. Okay, thank you.
Before you go to cards, I do have one question, Cliff. When will you be coming back with that general plan change?
Well, we don't have a scheduled date yet. It'll be something that we will be planning to look into. This project will be going to the California Coastal Commission if the City Council approves it tonight. That would be their next step, and we'd anticipate that before they come back to submit for a building permit, that we would have something before the City Council.
I have one more question, Mayor. Cliff, if any residents are driving, where would they be parking on this project?
They would be parking in the subterranean parking area.
I think the owner said that they would not be. It is all below. Okay. Did staff consider at all the safe routes to school and the problems that we have with that intersection, the crosswalk, with this use?
Our planning and engineering staff have been coordinating on the development of this project, so yes.
Okay. With that, I've got a couple of cards from the public that would like to speak about this. This is a public hearing, isn't it, Joanne? All right. Then I'm going to open the public hearing, and we'll hear from Michael Schoenfeld and then Mindy Campbell.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Michael Luna. I'm the architect and the owner's representative for this project. And as the applicant, I'm hoping that I have 10 minutes as the applicant to present. Normally I think that's the.
Yeah. Sorry about that. We'll not open the public hearing just yet. We'll hear from Mr. Luna. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Well, I should probably begin tonight to talk about the first and foremost reason why we're here tonight, and that is to obtain approval from you and your blessing to abandon the sewer that is running across our property. That's probably the first order of business. And indeed, the city staff has run a scope down this line, researched this very thoroughly, and it has been confirmed by city staff that this sewer line is not needed whatsoever. So we hope that you'll see fit to abandon this. It's a very old easement, and it's definitely not needed. I was actually here in front of you on the same site in 2006 when I obtained approval from the City Council for a proposed two-building office project on this site. And that project was approved and unfortunately did not get built due to economic conditions at that time. Some of you might remember that. But indeed, our proposed project will generate much less traffic trips than that proposed office building. So that's, I think, one important point to remember in terms of history. And indeed, with regard to the general plan update, the general plan update very specifically zeroed in on the need and the anticipated need, both now and in the future, for this type of facility. The general plan update encouraged congregate care, and specifically for this site. So with the zoning and general plan policies in place, we designed a project that we thought was well suited for this site. Indeed, the city earmarked this with the freeway exit there as a gateway project, so we were charged with producing the best architecture that we can in the Spanish vernacular so that we can all be proud of this building when we get into as we enter the city. We designed the project as 2 stories instead of 3, even though we were allowed 3 stories on this site, so we thought that was a good idea. And with regard to parking, we indeed designed the project with a valet feature. And what is actually very unique to this type of use for seniors and cognitively impaired type visitors, guests and residents that would stay here. Unfortunately, this group does not get a lot of visitors. That the statistics show that indeed there's not a whole lot of people coming to visit family members, which is kind of a sad statement, but it has been shown to be the case. But a typical visitor during visitor hours will pull up to the front. Valet staff will pick up their car, drive the car down a ramp on site into the basement while the visitors go into the building at the first floor. When they leave, they'll actually pick up their car in the basement and exit the site onto Calafia at the very southwest corner of the site. So we designed parking to function this way. We've designed our project to have generous indoor and outdoor common living areas, both on a rooftop deck, and specifically in the rooftop deck where the residents can enjoy ocean views. The facility, as you know, primarily focuses on Alzheimer's and dementia patients. These patients who are more cognitively impaired will primarily be housed on the first floor. These folks will not typically have access to the rooftop deck unless they are directly supervised one-on-one. The second floor will have patients who perhaps have mild cognitive impairment and or have assisted living needs while not suffering from Alzheimer's or dementia. We're here in front of you with a 7-0 Planning Commission vote. Planning Commission really liked the project. We presented our project as well to our neighbor at the San Clemente Inn, to their board of directors back in early May. We've not heard any questions or comments from them since. I'm here tonight with our team consisting of, we have the owner here, Mr. Michael Gambird. He's here with Monica Westphal, executive director she'll actually be the manager and executive director on site for this facility. We're here with Mike Bunganic, the landscape architect. We're here with a representative, Mr. Hassan Ahmed from Gibson Transportation from Los Angeles. We're also here with Michael Schonefeld, who is our legal counsel for this project. With regard to, and I did want to point out that with regard to the density exception, although our code is kind of set up to for actual numbers of units, but these are really not units. They don't have kitchens, they don't have separate bedrooms and living areas. They're not residential units per se. An assisted living facility is really not conducted as units. There's rooms with common areas. So the fact that there's units associated and described in the code, but our facility, they're just really not technically not units. So with that, I would like to turn over the remainder of my time to Michael Schonefeld. I know he would like to speak on a couple of points. And of course, we're here to answer any questions that you may have, and our team is here to answer any further questions you may have. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you very much. And I'm on one of those blue cards you pulled, so I will take care of that one. Wanted to thank you, all of you, for your time and for your input. Want to also thank staff for doing such a great job. They were a pleasure to work with. I have only two very discrete points. I won't take too much of your time. They're on the new conditions as revised, and I just wanted questions and clarifications is all. Number 49, it reads for the new condition of approval, and thank you. Just with respect to the last line after the semicolon, those shall be handled by the operator's shuttle operations. This is basically for the non-emergency calls. I wanted just the condition to be a little more expansive to include not just shuttle operations, but other means for patient transport, because it's not always a shuttle that would be put into place, and I will make sure that we're not limiting ourselves in that condition of approval. Thank you, Mr. Councilmember Ham. With respect to number 50, I think the only clarification there is I maybe could look for some clarification from Mr. Smith, the city attorney, or from staff. Many times you've got a developer impact fee that comes with your approvals, and that's when you pay your fair share. I just wanted to get some clarification that as to condition of approval number 50, the ordinance would be an ordinance of general applicability to existing, not just new or newly approved facilities, because we could be in a, although that we are happy to comply with such a requirement, it would be a little bit might be out of place if this is an ordinance that would be specific to an approved project at the time of approval as opposed to an ongoing existing vested project. We're happy to agree to comply to an ordinance that would apply to existing and potential or approved projects.
Mayor and Council, this condition in response to the inquiry was really intended to allow this application to go forward pending Council's consideration of an initiative that it had set in motion a couple of months ago relating to recovery of extraordinary costs or of emergency transport, at least providing for the recovery of those costs by providers or carriers or operators so that the city's not out of pocket on those. It was intended to cover that. It does possibly contemplate the real actualized cost of that on a new development. That will kind of remain to be seen. I think the way it's been scoped with staff at this level is that it would be a recovery program from an operator, so it's much more likely to be the latter, at least as applied against this project and existing projects. At least that's, I think, how we'd scoped it with staff.
Understanding, too, that we don't know yet the wording of the ordinance as it is now, but I just wanted to make that point of clarification. Those are the two.
Is there some better wording that we can use here for 50?
I was going to suggest maybe at the end, provided such ordinance is an ordinance of general application for existing and proposed facilities. At the end.
You know, I don't know that I'm comfortable making that change to this. I think that the goal and objective here was to correct something that was supposed to be taken care of 3 years ago when we approved the general plan. And so I think this is an opportunity for staff and the city council to continue moving down the road with this project without impacting
Which
the
we certainly want to
milestones
do. Yeah.
that you're trying to get to.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be comfortable making the proposed change you recommend. I understand your concern.
Yeah.
And I think that the promise that I can make you is that whatever we come up with is going to be very fair and judicial in how we do it. It's not going to be an extraordinary cost put against this one project. So
Thank you, Councilmember Ham. That's fine. Those are my only 2 points. Otherwise, I'm here for answering questions or rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead. Sir, we do have
Oh, he said.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward's got a question for you.
I initially had asked how the facility had made improvements that would help people that had dementia or Alzheimer's, and it was helpful to get the plans and see how that they're separated, because I was concerned that they were on the first floor.
Yeah.
Because I know noise and things like that is very, very hard for those patients. So I thought that they should maybe be on the second floor. So I understand why you're doing that. The design looked very good to me with all separate rooms. You know, the hallways weren't long and all of that, but what I wanted to know is if someone has dementia and they're on the first floor, are they going to be able to walk around, the term that wandering, are they going to be able to go out onto that outside deck and be able to get sun, or is that door locked?
And I feel like I'd be speaking out of turn to answer your question, but I know that those who are involved in the operations of these facilities, and we have people eminently qualified to answer that question, I would invite them up, and that would be either Monica Westfall, perhaps. Thank you.
Good evening. No, the residents on the first floor, we will have what's called delayed egress, so they won't be able to access or get out on outside without having supervision. We will be the alarm will go off if they attempt to get out, so we will know for their safety.
Okay, so with the design of the building, I saw the offices clustered toward the front. Where would staff be for those people that are living in the room? You know, I understand there's like a community area, but is there like different rooms for them to participate in activities?
Yeah, so the caregivers are within the community, and we'll have common area space where the residents will gather the residents that we have them engaged in different types of activities throughout the course of the day. So we have an activity calendar, and we have it scheduled where every hour on the hour that it changes based on the residents' needs and what they can and can't do, but they're under supervision all day long. So they're not in their rooms by themselves. We have them under supervision and in a common area where we can see them.
So under supervision, they would be able to go outside?
Yes. We incorporate activities where we can take them out on a walk, but they have to be with staff. They cannot leave the community unattended by themselves.
Which residents, the first floor or the second floor, are you anticipating that you'll be doubling up in rooms?
Probably the first floor, where the memory impairment residents will live.
How is that best practice when people have dementia and at night when the sun starts going down and they get agitated and all that? How is that best practice to have more than one person in a room if they don't sleep well at night?
Well, typically in my years of experience of working with memory care, it's always best to have two in a room because it decreases actually the anxiety of having the fear of being by themselves in a room. So they'll wake up and they see that somebody else is there and there's a comfort level for them. So in all of my years of an experience as an executive director, it's always best to have two in a room. When you have one resident by themselves, their anxiety level gets higher, and then you start to see more behaviors. So it's more comforting for them to have two in a room. And of course, families have the option of having a private room if they'd like.
Okay, so ability to pay is going to determine whether it's a shared room?
That is correct.
Okay. On the 25% of residents that might be driving, is that the second floor?
That is correct, but typically we don't see, in an assisted living, you don't see, I mean, 25% is a high number, so we typically don't see that they would drive. They like to usually, the assisted living that I'm running right now in Beverly Hills, it's really all assisted living, and I think out of 60 residents, I might have 5 residents that drive. Everyone else uses Uber, or we provide transportation to them. We have a concierge where they call the concierge desk, and they book appointments, and we transport them everywhere.
Okay. So if they're mildly, I'm just going to ask one last question. If they're mildly cognitive impaired, they can go, some of your residents might be able to go to work, because not all your residents are going to be senior citizens. That's what this letter said. It said it could be younger.
No,
that cannot live on their own.
We typically care for everyone over the age of 65, so we wouldn't have anybody that goes to work.
Okay. All right. I was trying to clarify the letter
Yeah.
that we got
Oh,
initially,
okay.
because it didn't make sense with what I saw, the rest of the report. Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll open the public hearing, and Michael spoke, so Mindy Campbell.
Hello, I'm Mindy Campbell. Thank you. I have a couple concerns and questions regarding this project. I live at 2501 South El Camino Real, which is directly across the freeway. So I was concerned initially because of my views are going to be blocked within some restrictions, but I hear that I don't have any rights to my view being a private residence. So with that, my concern with being the setback is, why is it allowed to go from 10 feet to 8 feet? Because that makes the structure that much wider, which obstructs my view going down that corridor that much more. Also, this being on the Calafia off-ramp, I'm curious as far as how much this is going to impact the outflow to the freeway for the kids going to school in the morning. The entrance and exit for this facility is right there on Del Presidente. So that's also going to affect the flow of the traffic going in and out of that intersection. So I know it's a very small lot right there. So those are some of my questions. Also, with the 30 parking spaces allotted, for how many people? They're supposed to be with 80 residents with the 40 rooms. 12 caregivers are supposed to be there. How much kitchen staff is going to be there? We have now valet, security, and there's going to be laundry facilities also. How many people are right there, employees that are going to be needed to be parking within that facility? So another question I have, as far as the trash, as far as looking at the designs, where are the trash bins going to be? And where are the deliveries going to be for the kitchen during the day? I mean, that's going to be an impact, too, for the delivery trucks for the kitchen. And then the laundry, where their laundry facility is going to be and where are those going to be venting. So there's a few questions I hope they can answer for me. And then also the question also being, because of the dementia with the Alzheimer's patients, they're all taking probably 2 to 3 different drugs. And with that, there's going to be a waste as far as their diapers, what's going to be going on. There has to be some hazardous waste for that also, rather than not going into the basic dumpster. Okay, so I think I have what she was asking how much people, when I did my research, they said that it's $220 a night or $80,000 per person. You were curious on that. Thank you.
Okay, I got a couple of more cards here. Sean Prestridge, you're up next, and then Hassan Ahmed.
Hi, thank you all for taking the time. I just wanted to address the setback issue with this project.
The setback issue is from commercial buildings to residences. To clarify with the CC3 code.
Are you the architect?
I work for the architect, yes. That with the C3 code, this project is actually allowed 0 feet setbacks on all side. So if you were doing a side yards setback.
I'm going to get to all these questions.
Okay.
So you
just
don't
wanted
have
to
to.
make clarification there.
No. We're going to get to all. I'm going to ask staff and you folks to answer all the questions we just got here. So
Golden.
you don't have to.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ahmed, are you also part of the team? Yes, sir. All right. Well, let me start with the questions, and you're not part of the team, are you, Mr. Buchanan? Okay. Okay, very good. Well, you're up next then, sir. I'll get to your guys when I ask all the questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Councilman. I'm glad to be here speaking on something other than a project that I'm usually standing up for. But I just wanted to say I sat through the beginning of the City Council meeting and listened to a lot of the folks here this evening raising concerns about homelessness and some of the other blight that we deal with in our city. And as a fellow developer that has an interest at least in the well-being of our city, I want to applaud you and this team for that particular part of town. Hasn't seen a lot of new development. There's a lady that gets a lot of press in our local newspaper that sits at the bridge across the way. They're putting additional eyes and ears, regardless of whether we agree or disagree on how beautiful a project is. But spending money in our community, spending this magnitude of money in our community, putting people here, creating jobs, I see that as a very positive thing. And it'll raise our tax base as well. So want to at least shout out for these guys, and hopefully you'll support them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Cliff, if you don't mind, I'll ask you all the questions.
Sure. I took notes as well. So.
Anybody else like to speak about this from the public? Anybody else? No. All right. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Mr. Jones, would you speak about view?
Sure. As the concerned citizen expressed, private views are not protected in the city of San Clemente. With regards to, you want me to hit the setback question?
Then setback is next.
Excellent. With regards to setback, if this were developed as a commercial property, they could go up to 0 feet on that side yard setback. The reason why that 10-foot setback is required is as I explained earlier, the technicality that if the property abuts residential, in this case abutting means across the street, a 10-foot setback is required.
Okay. Next is the traffic flow. Why did the traffic, what is the traffic flow, and why did we decide on it working that way?
So, well, with regards to the traffic flow, that was analyzed by our transportation manager to make sure there wasn't any negative impacts with the circulation there. But with regards to analyzing this project, assisted living facility, as opposed to developing the site with a office or commercial shopping center, it was found when we did the analysis that this use generates less traffic than either of those two uses would generate. So this project will actually have less impact than if it were developed with office or a shopping center at the same floor ratio.
All right, talk about the traffic flow. When somebody gets off the freeway and wants to go to the facility, tell us how we get there.
Of course. So when someone, looking at this slide here, when someone wanted to visit this facility, they would exit the 5 freeway, turn left, and make a right into the facility. And they'd be greeted by the applicant would have a valet service that would greet the visitor, and they would take the car down into the subterranean parking area. And then when people leave the site, they would go downstairs to the subterranean parking, get in their car, and exit onto Avenida, Calafia.
Okay. Parking impacts for all of the staff.
I can't speak to the staffing as to what the number of staff they anticipate to have, but I can speak to the parking study, and then the applicant does have their parking consultant here can speak further. So what they did was they looked at a number of these facilities in the U.S. and what the parking demand is for these types of facilities. Our code says it requires 28 parking spaces. However, their parking study said that 30 spaces would be adequate to serve this facility based upon their analysis of these type of facilities throughout the country. So this project provides 30 parking spaces to fulfill that demand, and it includes 2 additional neighborhood electric vehicle spaces. So it exceeds our code standard and exceeds the requirements of the parking study.
Okay. How many staff will be in the building at the maximum time?
I'd have to have the applicant address that question.
Would the applicant know? We don't need a, give us a, no, precise was, no, kidding. Ballpark, yeah.
So typically, if I break it down, we'll have the culinary team, so we'll probably have the cook, and then a director, a dishwasher, and then maybe 1 or 2 servers, so you're talking 4 or 5 people in the kitchen. And then for caregiving, it's going to be based on the actual care needs of the residents. So I might have anywhere from 4 caregivers to 5 caregivers on the day shift.
Wait a minute, we have 80 folks living there with 5 caregivers?
We'll probably have 60 residents living in there. We're asking for a bed capacity of 80, but most likely there'll be 60 residents living there. And I believe that there'll be 35 parking spots or 30?
30.
I think you said that there was 35. So we'll have about 4 to 5 caregivers in the morning shift. And then there'll be an activity staff member. And then you've got some management team there. There's about 5 management team members there.
Okay, so we got 15 parking spaces used for, and 30 available, and we'll have a few residents with their own cars.
If we have, yeah. Typically, we don't, like I said, we
Right.
typically don't see.
Okay.
And then family members that come in and visit, they vary depending on the time of the day. It's different. We might have a few family members visit. They visit for a little while, and then they leave, and then we have another set of family members.
Okay.
Yeah.
How does the trash get picked up?
Usually, in the communities I've run, we have a dumpster in the back, and then all the trash goes into the dumpster, and then the company or the community.
Mr. Jones will know the traffic flow of the vehicles. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so the trash is located in the basement level, and the trash was reviewed by CR&R. They're able to service the trash located at the basement level.
Okay. And delivery trucks?
Delivery trucks are required to enter off of Avenida Calafia, so towards the rear of the site, and they'll make their deliveries there.
Okay. And exit the same way?
Exit the same way,
Calafia,
correct.
Okay. And the laundry facilities?
Laundry facilities are located in the basement.
Okay. And hazardous waste issues?
I'd have to have the applicant speak to any type of hazardous waste
Okay.
issues of concern. Usually CR&R would be able to address those type of concerns.
All
but
right,
they're not here today.
let's ask them about what they do with hazardous waste.
Hazardous waste is collected from the facility and taken to the basement, and that has a separate pickup for hazardous type waste, and it's all in the basement. So deliveries, waste, trash, everything's in the basement, and it's all serviced from the Calafia side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody have any more questions? Anybody want to talk about anything? No? Chris? Somebody want to make a motion here?
Yeah, I'll do that. So, just confirming the proposed change to condition number 49. Basically, I think we'll strike the last 2 words, shuttle operations. So just read, those shall be handled by the operators. So that way it clarifies the concern they had. And then we'll just conclude with 50 will be as referenced here on the screen in front of me. And with those 2 modifications, I will make a recommendation. So I move that we adopt resolution number 16-43 entitled a resolution the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California to approve conditional use permit 15-071, site plan permit 15-072, architectural permit 15-073, abandonment permit 16-122, and interpretation 16-147, Raya's Paradise request to consider the construction of a 40-unit congregate care assisted living facility at 101 Avenida, Calafia. And direct staff. Okay. Direct staff to draft an amendment to the general plan for council consideration to add new subsection to the growth management element called infill development with the verbiage provided in attachment 8 of the administrative report dated July 5th, 2016, that is on file with the city clerk. Thank you.
Second.
All right, motion by Ham, second by Ward. One piece of clarification, though, in 49. There are family members that take folks to doctor's appointments and bring them back from doctor's appointments. So we don't want to impose a condition that is going to prevent that. So when we say those shall be handled by the operator, we're not intending to exclude.
Well, I think what would be, because the care of the patients are under the operator, if the operator decides they're going to call a family member to do that, they're technically handling that.
They arranged it.
Yeah. So I think that's completely within their right to do that.
I understand that, but the operator don't always arrange these things. There are family members that arrange it, so it doesn't fall under the operator's purview. So let's.
I think you're thinking too deep into this. If they're an assisted living facility, you can't just come and remove your family member. They have to talk to them and sign them out, and there's going to be all types of checks and balances that occur, in which case the operator will be abreast of that.
Arranging it. Not arranging the appointment, but arranging for the person to go with the family.
I'm comfortable with the way it's written, and I don't think we're procuring.
I don't want to. I'm just trying to prevent some misunderstanding here. That's all I'm trying to do, Chris, because you. When you do take a family member out, all you do is sign them out on a sheet and you go. I mean, that is. Can we add in?
If you want to make
can we add in?
We can make it easy. Just strike. So we should just strike service for residents, doctor's appointments. So it should just read: the business operator shall not rely on emergency service for other non-emergency calls, including back to beds, back to feet service. Those shall be handled by the operator. And so then just silent on doctor's visits.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Does that make sense to everybody? Because we don't want to prevent, we don't want to add some condition in here that prevents.
Yeah, I completely. So I'll modify my my motion to strike for residents, doctors' appointments, and so it shall read: the business operator shall not rely on emergency service for non-emergency calls, semicolon, including back to beds, back to feet service. Those shall be handled by the operator. Period.
We didn't include family members in there, though.
But we struck doctor's appointments.
Okay. All right, very good. I got you. Okay, good. Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
All right, motion by Ham, second by Ward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
Next is a report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer concerning the Bicycle Corridor Improvement Program project and Pacific Coast Bicycle Route signage.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tom Frank, Transportation Engineering Manager. Last month, the Council approved a revised cooperative agreement with OCTA, and you also directed staff to come back with some more information regarding the proposed design of the project's wayfind sign and quick response code function, otherwise known as QR codes. And I have with me tonight Brenda Miller with Pedal, who's a real advocate for this sign function, and I'm going to turn it over to her for her to present the values regarding the additional information.
Good evening. How do you want me to control this, or do you want to control this? Okay. Left and right. Right is forward? Okay, hopefully. Okay. I did quite a bit of research, dozens and dozens of hours on QR popularity in your staff report. I also went through and reviewed the last council meeting, and I made note of all of the questions and comments that were made, and that report that you have from me is pointedly addressing each one of those. In terms of popularity, it is by no means an antiquated technology. It was invented in the mid-90s by a Japanese company for the purpose of tracking various parts. Since then, it has spread globally. It's on every continent. In the United States, it's important to know that when it initially started to be used here, it was in print media, and it wasn't used properly. There was no consideration of the context, instruction on how to use it, what the benefit was to the user, and why it was even relevant to the printing material on the page. This is an example of a QR code that was developed actually in China for aesthetic purposes. You notice that the little dots there are much less prominent than the classic black and white, more Lego-looking blocking. Globally, these are used mostly on off-road trails. In the United Kingdom, they are used extensively, and they're now becoming used in this way in this country for heritage trails. So people would be on a particular canal route, for example, or a forest path, and they would have mile markers. There would be QR codes there. They would snap the QR code, and then they would actually listen to the history of that location. And then they would proceed mile marker by mile marker. I actually was in close contact with a man who worked on the design for the Illinois and Michigan Canal Trail. They've been working on this project for 4 or 5 years, and they are just now implementing the QR codes on the trail. So we're behind in some ways, but we're really on the cutting edge. Again, another example of the codes. You can grab your smartphone and photograph these. They're valid. I made sure, just to let you know how I did the research, I didn't rely upon blog material. When I did find something that was mentioned somewhere, I researched it, went to the source, and ultimately then did a Google search on that particular item confined to within the last year. I never went back. If I couldn't find something that was at least 2014 and forward, it wasn't relevant. So everything here is highly up to date, and I went to primary source materials for you. QR popularity, this is really interesting. QR codes are linguistically universal, and something that I learned in doing this research is that in character languages, Chinese and Japanese and Korean, they don't use letters for URLs or web addresses. They use only numbers. So there's no emotional or memory connection like there is in our language. So from that perspective, QR codes are very, very important in those cultures. This one came from the Middle East, and that is a valid code, and those are in hotel rooms. And when people want room service and they want to eat a particular item and they don't speak the language of the country, they snap a picture of the QR code that brings up a website, and they just tap, and it's ordered, and then it comes to their room. So I thought that was really something I hadn't anticipated. This is right out of Atlanta. You can also use that QR code. I checked it today. They're trying to increase awareness of the value of trees. And there are musicians, famous musicians who have lent their names, and they either read a story about why that tree is their favorite tree, or they sing a song or something to promote the tree. Fontana, use of transportation settings. Omnitrans at San Bernardino County, they were an early adopter of QR codes on their bus route signs. They track bus arrival times in real time. And since that was implemented as of May 2015, the marketing director for Omnitrans states that they get 177,000 hits monthly, and that's increasing as of that time. This is something that is really important. This is kind of conceptually what I hope that the Pacific Coast Bike Route can be in our country and other transcontinental routes. This route was developed by the European Union, and yes, there is a European Union post-Brexit. This was highly cooperative. It cost millions and millions of dollars. It goes through 4 countries. It begins in Switzerland, goes through France, Germany, and terminates at the North Sea at the Netherlands. It's almost 800 miles, and QR codes are an integral part of the navigation of that path. It was completed in 2015, and just sometime between January 2016 and now, they have just gotten around to implementing the QR codes. They're interactive. They are designed specifically. The investment was made specifically to tap into bicycle tourism. That's how focused they are, and that is the only project of its kind on the entire European continent. So considering they are so far much more advanced than we are from a multimodal transportation perspective, and they're just now implementing this, that makes me feel kind of good that we're not so far behind. Audio Trails, that is the company that was the early adopter of the legacy trails in the United Kingdom. There have been standards that have been developed for how to properly use QR codes, and because they were an early adopter, they published a blog that discussed the failings of their earlier attempts and how they came to correct them subsequently, project after project after project. And for them, and I verified this in sign design association, professional associations, context is very important. Again, you can't just throw the QR code on there and expect people to know what to do. On the sign designs for our QR code wayfinding, that's why that little phrase, "I nearby, places to go, things to see," is there. It gives the user a context as to the value and what using that QR code might provide them. It has to point to a mobile-friendly site, not an ugly, massive site. It has to be a short URL. That's why the URL for this program here is qrwf.org. There will be a backslash and then a number that is assigned to that particular location, and it is unique to that location. That provides a cross-reference. So if people don't know how to use a QR code and have never seen them before and they're bicyclists, they could easily pull up, just tap those few characters in, and they've got the same information in the palm of their hands. Size matters. It's roughly a 10-to-1 ratio, so if you've got a 7-to-1, there are different standards. Both of them are throughout the web. A 1-inch code is approximately readable at a maximum of 10 feet or 7 feet, depending upon your source. That plays into the differences that you see in the testing that I did. If you have questions about that testing, I can answer pretty much any question.
Thank you, Brenda. Anybody have some questions for Brenda? You got a question, Chris?
Yeah, I got some. So, Brenda, you said the only city that looked like it was close to us was Fontana, and they said 177,000 hits monthly?
Yes.
Did you look at the size or comparison between Fontana and San Clemente? I mean, is there a lot of people in southern Orange County that are using the QR codes? Did you find any statistics or data?
Well, that's Omnitrans, so I think that's probably multiple communities. I did not compare the size. I used that, in my wildest of dreams, I would hope 177,000 people, but that's not realistic. I think it's relevant to show that there's an increased usage and increased awareness, and that it has real value for the users in terms of real-time estimation of just when your dear bus is going to arrive. I didn't mean to imply that we will have 177,000 bicyclists.
Kathy, you got any question? No? Lauren?
I have one question.
Okay.
Only because I watched somebody try to line up their phone and it didn't work and it didn't work. How do you maintain the QR code so that it doesn't either wear down or distort, or maybe somebody bends the sign? Or, are they pretty robust?
Exactly, and in fact, the material that will be used on these signs, and let me just cross-reference with speed limit signs and the bike route signs, there is not printing on the piece of metal. It's printed on a retroreflective piece of adhesive material that has particular standards using particular ink on that material, and then it's adhered to the metal sign. I used to run, before I got smart and went back to school, I ran a screen printing business, and we had to specify, we had to use particular types of ink that was fade resistance, et cetera. This is what will be used on these signs. So it's not going to fade. If it does fade, another decal could easily be printed, but I'm not anticipating that because it's going to be done to a high standard by a professional.
Any questions, Tim?
Yeah, why is it that we want people reading QR codes 14 feet off the curb?
That was to simulate a real-world situation where there might be a vehicle parked parallel to the curb. So I was just stretching for pragmatic purposes to see where the limits were. The city's code does not allow parking within 10 feet of the corner. Or is it 20 feet? 20 feet of the corner. So that's something that we discussed with the JPIA representative now going on 2.5 years ago. And that would encourage the bicyclists to pull to the curb to use it much closer. I was stretching with that to see where the limits were in terms of angle as well as horizontal distance.
So we're going to 11 inches because there's a possibility that the bicyclist will want to read the QR code when leaning against a car on the other side of the curb.
Not necessarily so pointedly, but rather just to maximize the potential that it functions.
I don't want bicyclists in the middle of the road snapping QR codes. I don't think
either.
You want that either.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No. Did my chart there that's in the staff report, is everybody really clear about what that means and how that looks? Let me grab mine.
Yeah, I think so. But one of the things is, who's going to maintain the sites that these QR codes are going to be directed to?
That's mine. QRWF.
They're going to be directed to sites that you're maintaining?
Yes. And here's why. QRWF.org, I hope that we can install this in communities up and down the Pacific Coast Bike Route. They will all be QRWF.org with a backslash and then a number that pertains to that site in that community. So it's one URL that is short to facilitate the design of the QR code itself. And you want a short URL also so that you don't have something that is so densely complex in terms of its design of the code.
No, I get that. The reason I'm asked that question is so you're going to maintain the websites that all of these folks are going to be visiting, the URLs.
Correct.
And what are these sites going to say?
If you pull up your smartphone, there is an example there, myfeetfirst.org. And there's a QR code wayfinding tab there that you can touch. Okay. And that then to the right on that page is a representative sample of what the smartphone would look like if you were at the corner of Calle Seville and Del Mar. That is the same mock-up that was submitted for the grant 4 years ago.
So we're going to be directing folks on the Pacific Bike Trail on city signs to Pedal's website for what, tourism information? What are we conveying?
You're conveying everything that you have in your hand there if you have the smartphone.
Food, destination, events.
Exactly. And transit schedules. Let me just also clarify how we made the decision about what restaurants and sources of food, whether that's a 7-Eleven or whether that's a grocery store. It's strictly based on what I considered to be a bikeable radius from that location. And the source of information comes from the city's business license database. So it's not practical to have every food source in the entire city be listed there. It's very focused on something that is a walkable, bikeable distance from that location. So there would be no...
Do we have a partnership agreement with you that's going to dictate the...
No, but there can be, if you're concerned about terms.
That's something that I thought it was going to city website. I thought we were going to be with, like Linda Lane Beach is right down here or something like that. I didn't realize it's going to third party, and what happens if, I don't know. There's a little bit of uncertainty there that I didn't anticipate. Brenda, there's no doubt you're a passionate advocate about it, but you are the sole voice now. You have complete control over these websites and where that QR code is going, and we have no discretion. Correct me if I'm wrong, the city has no input at all into that, what goes on those.
I understand your concern, but you do have input. That's why I'm here, and whatever you want in terms of a partnership, I'm agreeable to that.
Let's hear from Tom on this. Tom, how did you envision this working with Brenda?
Right. The way we envision it working is that we would pull together the spec for the signs, and if we do include QR coding in our wayfind signing portion of the project, we would write specifications for the wayfind signing, what it has to result in. We're thinking there's probably not too many consultants out there or contractors that are doing this work, so Brenda probably has a pretty good shot at getting that portion of the work. We went and met with our IT and city attorneys and discussed the issue with third-party databases, and they felt very comfortable with what we were proposing. There was also mention of the subject at the Planning Commission meeting, and Brenda, at the time, I believe you said if the city wanted to, that they could own the website addresses. Is that correct?
That actually can't be done.
Brenda, please come and speak. There.
As I just mentioned, if qrwf.org is in Newport Beach and Laguna Beach, and then the city had control over that URL, then you would also control wayfinding, QR code wayfinding in those cities as well. What could be done if, let's say, I kind of drop dead of a heart attack tomorrow, then you could easily put a different QR code that points to a different URL that you would completely control. I have no issue with that.
Well, we're contemplating that, and this is for Tom.
Okay.
Which of these are you recommending? I've got attachment 1, the 5 designs. With or without QR code, which style is the
Right,
staff's
so
recommendation? Since
I listed the concerns which Council and Planning Commission have
just tell me
expressed
which
in the
one.
past.
Which one you guys?
I'm personally, I don't have a professional opinion on which sign Council chooses. So there's pros and cons, I think, to each alternative.
Did Planning Commission have a recommendation?
They did. Planning Commission went with option 1, and their rationale was because it provided a flexibility for if in the future the city no longer wants to maintain the QR code base, or they just want to simply remove it, they take it off, and it was a smaller sign. Okay. At that time, Brenda felt she didn't explain to them the true values and issues associated with having that separate QR code plate, so that's why we're partially why we're here tonight.
I see some issues here with information placed on the QR codes. I see issues about if we're going to recommend restaurants, if we're going to recommend private businesses, we're going to run into issues of why aren't I listed? We're going to run into issues when somebody changes their name. And the odd thing about this QR code is everybody has a smartphone, and everybody who says, gee, I'm hungry, I think I'll get something to eat, pulls their smartphone out of their pocket and says, I would like to pick a style of food, and your phone tells you where to go, whether you're on a bicycle or in an automobile or on foot. So I mean, if these QR codes say we're in San Clemente and the pier's that way, I'm okay with them. If they say go here for the best hamburger in town, I'm not okay with them at all. I think it's a bad idea. Sure.
That very issue, in our meeting with the Joint Powers Insurance Authority gentleman, we discussed these items in detail, and he raised all of the points that you're mentioning. And the fact that the criteria for listing there at that particular sign is strictly geographical. There is no favorite hamburger place. There is no favorite anything. It's only because you are there at that particular point. And how far are you willing to go? It's within a bikeable radius. It's convenient. I think his first name was Jim. I forget his last name. But he thought that was very equitable. Because there is no favoritism. It's strictly geographic. There's no advertising. There's no Groupon. There's no revenue. It's really very service-oriented. So if you want that information, we do have a pretty good staff report that was created after that meeting.
Yeah, this is, so, you know, I'm looking right now at, I mean, I can see the functionality here. I do have a concern about, you know, for example, on the food component, you've got, you know, all these different restaurants lined up there. Where's this information feeding from? Did you input it personally, or did it come off of, oh, you input it personally? Mm-hmm. Oh.
Yeah, the way that was done back when we applied for the grant, we got a list of a spreadsheet from the city of all of the business licenses. Then we used that list and plotted them on a map because a lot of them have GPS codes now, and they locate those locations precisely. And then the application and the coding kind of took over. There really was no subjectivity there.
So you're going to have to maintain, like, for example, Muse Sushi. I'm looking right here. One of the new places there isn't on this list. Then there's events on here, 2 events on, both of them are dated now. It's May 5th and May 28th.
Yes, that was based in 2012 when the grant was submitted.
Are you having to manually update all of these signs all of the time?
Pretty much. But it's really not as difficult as you might think. The database that comes is easily mergeable with the database that drives the sign.
I would be more inclined on this one if we were using QR codes that directed themselves on a city sign to city resources. No offense, Brenda, but
I get that.
But you know, when I'm looking, for example, and it's something that you can collaborate with. Having us host that information on our site would be far preferable. That instead of listing restaurants, for example, they're by the pier. You can go to Casa Romanica. Right down here's what Casa Romanica is. Something that's more visitor serving. You know, the restaurants, they can jump on Yelp and do all that, but something that's a little bit more San Clemente interests. But I would prefer to have you working with our city website staff to produce a page that we host with a QR code that points towards us. No offense towards what you're doing. I think this is a really good example. I'd just rather see us retain that element of editorial control so that, you know, we don't show any preferences or, you know, that something would lapse there. And beyond that, we'll also be able to register and see how many redirects we get from the QR codes. You know, if it gets put up there, if it's a nice piece, we're getting hundreds of hits every month, and we see that it's productive. If we find out after a few years that we're not getting quite the take up that we want, we can make course adjustments. But I would be in favor of option 1, and then having Brenda collaborate with city IT staff for what those pages would look and feel like. And you know, you had on here, for example, the bike shops. I think that's a great resource. You can even have, you know, the bike shops in town on that. That's something that's fairly static. destinations, events, maps, and transit, that's all stuff that the city could potentially host. I just prefer having, if it's a city sign, it should have a city control over it. I know that's probably, I know you've worked so hard on this, but I think that's where I'm going to end up on this.
Well, in that spirit, first of all, thank you for all your pioneering work on all things bicycle. You know, who knew what a Shero was until you came to town? So what I'd like to suggest is we choose option 1 without the QR code and give Tom and Brenda time to figure out what Tim's idea might look like, and then we can retrofit the QR code on if you guys get to a place where the information is impartial and, you know, confidently updated and not dependent on a single individual.
Yeah, QR codes actually, they're pretty interesting. I've created them before. You generate them and you can point them anywhere. So you could have, I don't know what, how many did you have planned? How many QR codes?
There's 20 sites in town.
20 sites. Yeah. So you could have 20 QR codes, and initially they could all just point to the City of San Clemente webpage, you know, and then you could, as they come online, point them to specific areas.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. So
would you be okay with that?
I think, you know, as they come online while you develop the web resources, just having pointing to the city homepage, and then as they come online, have them point different to each, like the Linda Lane sign or the Pierce sign or the, you know, this sign, and you could maybe even have it, you know, be something like that. I think it would help kind of knock it all out at one point. So you can have a city contractor going out there and doing it all again.
Let's hear from Tom. He's got something to say about that.
Oh, no, I was actually standing here to answer questions.
Okay. Well, number 1, if we choose number 1 with no QR code and we decide to put a QR code on it later, how's that accomplished?
I was going to ask that question, actually. If you're approving...
Oh, is it going to be machined as one piece? Is that...
No, it would be a separate plate for option 1, but I wasn't quite clear on what council's direction was on that. If it's approving option number 1 without the QR code...
Well, I think it's okay to option 1 with the QR code.
Okay, right.
However, I think initially they would be directed towards the city
Right.
website, and then
that.
as Brenda and the IT staff collaborate on each one of those should look and feel like, then we go online, point it to that web page, and then the work is done. Right.
But Tom, are those 2 separate pieces of metal joined together with
They
a
are.
bracket?
With screw... It's on the same post.
But it's
2 separate
gotcha.
plates, right?
And that's
Okay.
part of the virtue, you know, of what I think, you know, the fact is, how long are these signs supposed to last for? 20, 30 years? I mean, how?
We hope. It depends on the manufacturer and the sunlight.
You know, we want them to have a more of a timeless feel, and the QR code can be a component that's in addition to that.
Anything you want to say? All right. Anybody want to make a motion about that?
I move we adopt option 1, where, but with the caveat that the QR code would be oriented towards the city website resources, which of course would collaborate with Petal, even maybe having her as a sponsor on the pages with a link to hers, but that it should go through the city's website resources.
I'll second that.
Motion by Brown, second by Doncheck. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Brenda.
Next is a report from the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Department concerning the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan.
Good evening. So tonight before you is the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan Update Proposal, and we have talked about this in the past, about how important this is going to be for the community of San Clemente. And the last time we have updated our master plan was in 1999, so it is about time. The city issued a formal, yes?
Let's take a 5-minute break until we'll be 5 minutes.
Okay.
Joanne, the video stream has been down for an hour. It's not running. It's running here, but not over the TV.
Oh, just out there.
It's not running over the Cox online. It's not running. It's been down for over an hour.
All right, folks, we'll reconvene the meeting here. Thanks, Pam.
You're welcome. So the city issued an RFP in order to be able to find a consultant to be able to complete the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan. And after an exhaustive search, we narrowed it down to 4 companies that we interviewed after receiving 7 proposals. And after this analysis and interviews, we have selected one company, Pros Consulting. And we do have Nile is here from Pros Consulting in case you do have questions tonight. And part of the reasons that we did choose this company is because of their strength and how they are able to approach the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan and the research that they actually did on San Clemente to be able to give us a very unique presentation. And so we brought this to the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission last month, and they unanimously also recommend to approve the Pros Consulting to prepare a Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer questions, and Nile would also be happy to answer any questions that you may have tonight.
Got a question? Any question?
I just want to say, are you the proposed consultant? That's okay. I just want you to hear it because repetition is a good thing. We have a quality of life city with too many wonderful things chasing too few dollars.
Mm-hmm.
So I see you have vast experience with things like being revenue neutral, being efficient, and so forth and so on. This council is looking for the best way to optimize our recreation dollars, recognizing we have this much, not that much. So I just, as you're going forward, and you may be hearing we need water slides and we need, just make sure you hold us cost accountable.
I do have one question for the consultant here. I was, welcome, sir. Nice to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me your name.
Nile.
Nile. Nice to meet you.
Nile on the bed. Nile.
Okay. And this chart here with service area equity mapping caught my eye because the circles are all different sizes.
Sure.
Explain how that works.
That's a very good observation. We call them equity mapping based on GIS, or Geographic Information Systems. The intent is for any amenity or park type, what you want to be able to show is the level of service per the population. So imagine a neighborhood or a community or a basketball court or a tennis court, etc. Now, on one hand, there are these cookie-cutter standards all over the country that say you have X number of courts per 1,000 people, 1 acre per 1,000, and so on, or 5 minutes from this place, 10 minutes from that place, which is great. Now, 5 minutes or a mile in Indiana is usually 1 minute. 5 minutes or 1 mile on I-5 could be 5 minutes to 1 hour. You never know. So it's a very flawed metric. So what these numbers do is they just indicate the extent of need. The equity maps take it a step further to say where the gaps and overlaps lie. So again, to your very point in terms of duplicating versus meeting the unmet needs, the equity maps go by population densities. So the center of the circle that you see, the tiny dot, that's the actual location of a site or an amenity. Now let's say we establish a standard of 1 basketball court per 2,000 people. The circle will go as far out from the epicenter till it captures 2,000 people. So if you're in a very rural, sparsely populated area, the circle will go much further out to capture 2,000 people. If it's a very dense area, it'll go hardly any distance. And so that allows you truly, from a population served standpoint, to articulate the gaps and overlaps in the service areas. Thus, when we recommend future needs, it's not because Pam or I would love a tennis court in my backyard. It's because the equity map shows in an objective, defensible way where the gaps and overlaps are. So it allows us to justify and defend the decision making.
Okay. However, our biggest amenity is our sports park, which
Sure.
has many different features.
I'm aware.
So are we going to have concentric circles that cover the end, for all the different sports? How does that work?
It'll go, good
Because the
question.
center of that will be a 10 different sport facility.
Yeah. And that'll go by different facility types. So the rectangular fields is one national metric. Diamond sports will be another one as well. If you look at park acreage or trail miles, they'll be separate. So it won't be captured as one single park with one massive circle, because that doesn't really truly articulate the unmet needs. It'll go by types of areas. And case in point, what we've seen nationally are rectangular sports are increasing in participation. Lacrosse has been the fastest growing sport for the last 10 years. Rugby, because 2016 is the first year rugby sevens will be in the Olympics, are growing. So is soccer. But then diamond sports are not. So it's hard to lump every sport in one category. We'll have to look by different sports, and thus, based on that, recommend a level of service that meets what people in San Clemente want, but also what the trends indicate within the local, regional, and national areas. So, does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, please, Tim.
Is there a touch point? So at some point you're going to be doing a lot of your data and research. Is there going to be a touch point with city staff or with the council or with the Beaches, Parks, and Rec Commission where you present some findings or some initial findings, and then you have the opportunity to interact and shape what you're getting? Help me understand that process, because I'd hate to have you do all your research, do some initial interviews, go into a room, come out and say, ta-da, and you present something that is completely far afield from what we were hoping for.
Absolutely.
So help me understand a little bit more.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, the very premise of our process is what we call the community values model. So I'd hate for any of you to come to my city and tell me what's best for my city. Likewise, I don't want to be the one coming to San Clemente saying that's what's best for the city.
There are plenty of people who do that.
I will not be one of those, though, sir. What I would like is for the community, including the key leaders, the stakeholders, and the public at large, to articulate your values at the very beginning. So every step of the process, we're going to be working with the staff to identify the needs, values in a subjective way, followed by a scientific, statistically valid survey, complemented by a multilingual digital platform that's customized for San Clemente's planning process. Throughout the process, key milestones will have us presenting to the staff, the commission, and thus to you, just as an FYI. So a typical milestone is after we finish the community survey results, the community input process, we'll come to you with those findings to say, here's what your constituents have told us. Does it align with what you've been hearing, or are you wondering, whatever the heck I was smoking, you'd love to have some of it, right? Same with our analysis between the program, the beaches, the parks, rec, trails assessments as well. And so at the very end, when we get to you, there will be no surprises. Everything that we've done, you will have heard before. It will be on the project website. The community will have seen. So after 9, 10, 12 months of this process, between the online, the in-person, the scientific survey, and the polls, if people didn't participate, then shame on them because they chose not to. We will not give them any opportunity not to participate in the process. So, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome.
Anything? Any questions? All right. Anybody want to speak about this, Joanne? Any cards or anything? No? No cards? Somebody want to make a motion then?
I'll make a motion. I move that we approve and authorize the mayor to execute contract C-16-42 by and between the City of San Clemente and Pros Consulting, providing for the preparation of the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan to update the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which was adopted on June 2nd, 1999, at a cost not to exceed $123,080.
Motion by Brown, second by Baker. All in favor? Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you coming from Indianapolis. It's fabulous to be here in November to March, so thank you for the opportunity.
We should get a discount for that, shouldn't we? I mean, really.
Next is a report from the city clerk concerning an alleged violation of City Code of Ethics Policy 1202-1 and AB 1234.
Mayor, before you call that, there's some housekeeping I wanted to carry through with you. Would that be all right? You
Please.
And the council? This item it concerns two members of the council and the city manager in the complaint. And so what I'm going to suggest is that you, Mayor, Mr. Maxinoff, and Ms. Ward not participate in the decision-making relating to at least the individual allegations against you. You can participate. You have a conflict of interest, but you can't participate in a decision relating to your own conduct. And so you're able to participate in the audience as that occurs. As for me, I've been called upon by the city manager and then the council to make a report on these allegations previously. And that information and that summary is included in your packet. We thought you might like it by way of reference. I'm available not to represent the remainder of the council as fact finder, but to include an information and summary of our prior findings if the council hearing this would like to call up on me to present that. So what I'm going to suggest is that you, Mayor Pro Tem Ward, and the city manager and I participate from the audience, remove ourselves from the dais. At that point, because the mayor and vice mayor are not able to chair the meeting, the clerk informs me that your council policies allow the remainder of the council to select someone to conduct this portion of the meeting among the three that remain. Those three can decide whether to hear this matter collectively as a group or whether to go member by member and decide it one by one in a piecemeal fashion. That'll be up to the remainder to decide how they want to process that.
Okay, so if we were to sit in the audience, could we then come and speak?
You can come and speak and or answer questions if those are presented by the remainder of the council. And Joanne's going to provide, once we recuse ourselves, she's going to provide an overview of the process for the remainder of the council.
Okay.
But yes, you can participate, and I can participate as the council conducts its role as fact finder in deciding the question that's in Joanne's staff report. And we can provide information if called upon. But I won't be advising the council as fact finder because I've already briefed you and already taken a position on the matters that are before the council tonight.
Scott, I have a quick.
okay.
Sorry, Lori.
Can I make a point of order before we get there?
No.
Sit down, please.
But this is it's
No.
improper.
Scott, I have a Brown Act violation question.
That's what
No.
Thank you.
You can close off comment, but you're just getting unfair decision making. It's illegal decision making, and you're out of order.
So that's more of a question regarding a Brown Act violation, or at least a potential for. So prior to this meeting, Chris and I met in the hall, and then Chris said, "Hey, are you going to preside over this meeting today?"
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't indicate one way or the other or not. I really don't care one way or the other or not. And then Lori asked me earlier, "Hey, did you have a chance to have a feeling about this?" I said, "Well, Chris asked me
No,
this."
I asked you, had you already talked to another council member about
Well, I
it?
talked with Chris about it, and I said I had, and I told her that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to be a serial meeting or a chain or something like that, but I didn't indicate a preference one way or the other. How do we manage that? What's the best way to do it?
The best way to address that potentiality is to do what you just did, council member, which is to disclose that information was presented to you as a clearinghouse or as a point on that, but that you didn't convey any sentiment or any druthers on Mr. Ham's part to Ms. Donchek. So thanks for disclosing that, but you'll be taking that afresh. You'll be taking that up afresh when the point comes in.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, thank you.
And then is there paperwork involved with this kind of a recusal for the two that have to recuse?
No, it'll just be noted in the minutes.
But and one other question. Actually, maybe this is. Never mind. We'll address this after
with the remainder. All right.
So Scott, to be clear, if you're going to be in the audience, you're not going to be clarifying any points, any questions that come up.
I can be
in the
called
process.
upon, as anyone can, to clarify points if the council's fact finder wants to do that. But again, I do that usually in your role as a fact finder and a hearing body. But because I already weighed in, didn't want it ever to be assumed that I had some bias that wasn't clear from my report from the audience. As if it's the same process that we do under when there are planning decisions, where I've sat with staff in bringing that before you, and then you're sitting as hearing body. We'll always bifurcate those duties so that it's clear that I'm presenting in an advocacy position or representing you as a hearing body. Tonight, we talked, the city clerk, city manager, and I talked about whether the council really needed, at our behest, substitute counsel to be here to advise you as a hearing body, and decided that you're up to the task. The decision before you is quite simple. It's delegated by council policy to the council. So I'll be here to clarify what I think. If the council is so inclined to inquire, you can do that without me, certainly.
As a point of order, why is your logo up on the screen?
I don't know.
That's if you did want me to summarize that, that was a couple of slides to help illustrate. But again, that's up to you or me.
All right, well, then I will be recusing myself.
I will be recusing myself.
Okay, at this time,
Oh yeah, they can stay in the audience.
okay, at this time, would the existing council members choose someone to preside over this portion of the meeting?
I was going to suggest the former mayor, since that would be Chris, but whatever.
I was going to nominate Tim to do it, so.
Do you have any objection to that?
No.
Okay. I'll second. We'll approve and move forward. Let me get a drink real quick. Okay.
Okay. Council members, on June 29th, a member of the public served me with a written complaint that alleged that certain city officials violated state law, AB 1234, and the city's Code of Ethics policy for city officials. In compliance with one section of that official's policy, the identity of the complainant is confidential, and as such, I have redacted their name from the complaint letter. The complaint alleges that city resources were inappropriately utilized for non-city matters in connection with the possible conversion from at-large to by-district council elections. The official's policy requires that council conduct an initial investigation of all formal written complaints, and that the matter be agendized for the next occurring council meeting after receipt of the complaint, which is why a revised agenda was published that adds this item. Pursuant to the official's policy, council is being asked at this time to conduct an initial investigation of the formal written complaint. If council determines by majority of vote that the allegation merits formal review, the official's policy requires that that you direct staff or that you retain an independent hearing officer to conduct a formal investigation. You could do that if you do find that the allegation merits the formal review. We could bring back a recommendation at the August 2nd council meeting with a recommendations for the independent hearing officer to conduct the formal investigation, a person responsible for presenting the complainant's position, as well as independent legal counsel to serve as technical staff throughout the review process. If council determines by a majority vote that it is not likely that a violation occurred, the policy provides that you direct me to dismiss the complaint and notify the complainant and the persons named in the complaint of that action. So your initial investigation tonight involves only city officials. The one city employee. Employees are subject to a different policy and procedure that's an administrative, so that's not something for you to consider. It's just the officials this time.
Joanne, when I was reading the policy on page 9C48, it says the city council shall conduct an initial investigation. Is that this agenda item? So there's no fact finding that's done by the city council running up to this meeting. It's just whatever.
Just what you have before you, and the city attorney can answer questions. There's a chronology.
So this is the initial investigation right
That's
this
right.
minute.
This is
Thank
where
you.
you determine whether it's going any further.
And based on the complaint that was put before us here, it says pursuant to the San Clemente Ethics Policy 1202-1, I'm filing a complaint related to staff and elected officials. Staff, I'm assuming, would be James in that case, or at least our elected official would be.
For purposes of the policy, Mr.
It only
Maxinov
applies.
is an official.
Okay. And state and elected officials violating state law AB 1234, as well as the city's local ethics ordinance and using city resources for non-city manners. And then it defines that specifically to conduct a blocking campaign to stop a ballot measure for creating district voting in San Clemente. I'm struggling with the application of AB 1234 in this case. Can you help me understand how that applies in here? Because in reading that extensively,
That was in the complainant's letter. I read through AB 1234, and I did see a provision that talked about non-city business. Let me see if I could find that.
and it
for you, but
replicated,
was-
yeah. Because it had the ethics code spelled out in there, right?
The AB 1234, let me see. Well, I'll find it for you,
Okay,
but
if
I
you wouldn't
did
mind.
see it in there because I was confused as well when I read that.
Okay. And the procedure for the meeting tonight is for us to, obviously, we read your report, we can discuss the information we have before us, and then at some point, I would assume there's a public comment period?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the typical procedural, I mean, you're presented a staff report, we've asked maybe a question or two, and would it be appropriate at this point then for public comment? Is that what the typical format is?
Usually that's done after the staff presentation. So I do think that the city attorney was planning.
Okay.
Did you want to do the results of your
Yes,
analysis
that would be-
at this
that would be
time as
welcome.
part- Okay.
Before we hear from the city attorney, Tim, if you're okay with that, I think we should make a decision whether or not we're going to hear it as a group or individually.
Okay.
And I would make a motion that we hear it as a group.
Here, relating to the group as council members and city
Yeah.
official?
Yeah, so we hear it as one item as opposed to individual, person by person.
I'm fine with that. I'd assume we do that.
And the city manager is considered an official, so it's
Yes.
not just the two electeds.
Right, the policy
I'm,
specifically said
you
all.
know, I'm not fine with that, actually. So
You want to go individual by individual?
I don't want to make that decision yet. We don't have to make that decision right now, right? Can we hear what
Let's hear
people have
staff
to say?
report, and then we'll make the
then we
decision
can-
after,
yeah.
maybe even after public comment. Okay. Scott?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. Again, just to reiterate, I'm providing this by way of background to explain what I have to the council previously, what we were able to determine about this matter at the point that we wrote you and provided a council briefing at your behest a few weeks ago. Laura, if you could, I just now here's where the logo and the slides come in. By the way, my conclusions that I presented before and that I'll share with you tonight were based on the email streams. We didn't conduct an independent investigation, didn't interview staff. I did talk to city management staff about this. It was under the guise of their seeking guidance about best practices under these circumstances, and have really what you have the benefit of those interviews and then the emails before you. When I wrote you previously, we had most of the emails produced, but most recently there were additional emails that surfaced on another scour of city records, and those were attached to the end of the staff report and my memo summarizing our prior advice. So if I could, do I do this? Or do you, yeah. These principles are referred to as Stanson v. Mott principles. We give them that label because there was a California Supreme Court case that considered the propriety of a state parks official from he spent state money to assist in the advocacy of a state parks ballot measure, a state parks bond. And the Supreme Court found that the use of those state resources for that campaign on that ballot measure were a violation of the California Constitution. Since then, those principles have been codified by the legislature in Government Code Section 54964. That provision is on the screen. An officer, employee, or consultant of a local agency may not expend or authorize the expenditure of any of the funds of the local agency to support or oppose the approval or rejection of a ballot measure. The next slide, Laura. There are kind of two components to that. One is the level of effort or the level of staff effort involved. Courts and the Attorney General recognize that the council may take positions on ballot measures. To some extent, those positions may be disseminated. If the council takes a position on a state bond, a water bond, a transportation bond, the council has the ability to have staff write that up, draft a resolution, to put a stamp on it, send it to the legislature and sister agencies. So there is the level of effort involved that's part of this. I thought more importantly in this regard was the question of timing. The Government Code section that I cited defines ballot measure to mean an initiative, referendum, or recall measure certified to appear on a regular or special election ballot of the local agency or the election or defeat of a candidate by the voters. So this Government Code section is triggered when the Registrar of Voters certifies a candidacy or a measure for the ballot. Next slide, Laura. Let's see. I'm sorry. Is there another slide? Can you go to the next one? I might have these out of order. Nope. There was a fairly recent California Court of Appeal case looking at the timing question where the Santa Barbara Council of Governments had put a transportation measure on the ballot and then had, prior to the certification of that measure for the ballot, spent some money in what was alleged to be advocacy in favor of the transportation package. It was a sales tax, a special sales tax to fund transportation projects. This Court of Appeal, in the case brought against the Santa Barbara COG, this happened in 2008, found that the expenditures were valid for a few reasons. One was that the court found that they weren't advocacy, they were informational, akin to what you saw tonight from the school district on that package of proposals. But the court also found, sorry, can we back up again, Laura? The court also found that there was really in Stanson, oh, here it is. This is from the court. The court found that regardless of what those expenditures and efforts entailed, they were efforts that took place before the matter was certified for the ballot, and that there was a bright line in this Stanson v. Mott statute and in the Political Reform Act, where Political Reform Act reporting and disclosures of expenditures and the propriety of public expenditures with regard to an idea became subject to Stanson v. Mott principles at the point that the matter was certified for consideration by the electorate, not before. So that's the question of timing. If I could now, sorry, Laura, go to the next one. There's a timeline in our memo. I won't be redundant about it. This council, beginning in mid-March, was considering requests, one initiated from the public, another from Councilmember Donchek, where it was the council considered, and Lori, thank you for this clarification earlier, whether it ought to consider as a council-initiated change a conversion to by-district elections. There was a
No,
question.
and I want to get the record
Yeah,
straight, and I
thanks.
want this letter fixed, because I pulled up my emails to Joanne. All I wanted to do was put
To
it on the
agendize it.
agenda.
Yeah.
There was no conversation, there was no vote. The only vote was no interest to put it on the agenda. I wasn't saying let's do it or not do it.
So let's discuss
because
it.
that would be inappropriate because it wasn't on the agenda, and I'm quite upset that your letter makes it sound very clearly like I was advocating a districting initiative.
I
So I want
definitely-
that fixed for the record.
We'll do that. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I definitely own that. This had to go to press very quickly. It needs to be
But it's
considered at the-
wrong.
No, I know.
People don't remember if you're late. They remember if you're wrong. And it's my reputation you're messing with. This
appreciate
is a
that.
really sad day, this day today.
Yeah, I own that, Councilmember. Thank you, and we'll make that correction. The council considered whether it ought to be.
And just for the record, that is June 30th, 2016, file number 55452.01200, and it is paragraph 3.
Thank you.
you.
We'll issue a new letter and get that to the clerk for your minutes, that paragraph. So about that time, mid-March, there was a group of citizens that are represented here tonight who had indicated at the council meeting on March 15th, that a by-district matter, a conversion to by-district elections, might be circulated and presented to the city. In fact, on the 14th, the night before that meeting, they had filed with the city clerk notice of intent to circulate petitions. There were some procedural hiccups between then and tonight, where that request was ultimately withdrawn and then refiled on March 28th. And then there was, in that interim, between the middle of March and the end of March, the correspondence to and from city staff that you have in your packets this evening. That matter, the correspondence back and forth is about an op-ed piece. Council members in San Clemente take turns authoring, with staff's help, the council corner section of the San Clemente Times. And so in that effort, the council member Ward and staff exchanged in the back and forth that you have before you relating to the scoping and then settling on of an article for the San Clemente Times. The article in question, as near as we can tell from the email streams before you, and again, this is your decision, was generated by Councilmember Ward and then appeared on April 7th in the San Clemente Times. So what I think you have before you tonight is the two questions. One is, what about the timing? It's, I think, really clear that this measure has not qualified for the ballot yet. We expect signatures, verification back from the Registrar of Voters any day now. But the effort, the correspondence to and from staff took place well before the matter was qualified for the ballot. The other question that the council has to consider is the level of effort. The Stanson v. Mott case involved use of state funds to purchase bumper stickers, posters, television, radio time, a large effort that was indisputably about advocacy and influencing the electorate. There was a recent Attorney General opinion, in 1989, that concluded that even before certification of a matter for the ballot, the payment by a city of the expense of gathering signatures also was violative of Stanson v. Mott. But in looking at this and in reporting to you previously reported that we didn't think that the staff involvement that you're looking at tonight was anywhere near the magnitude of what was at issue in Stanson v. Mott, or in that Attorney General's opinion, for that matter. And the matter of timing was disconnected as regarding the involvement of city resources, no matter how big or small that might be, and the qualification of this matter for the ballot, which is still pending. So that's what I had for you in terms of summarizing our prior advice with the new information, here to answer any questions that you might have just regarding that.
Scott, I have another question. And again, it's not what I signed on for when I signed on for City Council. I've looked at all the emails. You used the word scouring. The original batch starts on March 22nd and goes forward. The second public access records ends at March 15th. So there's a whole week there where we have nothing. And could one outcome from this be that we go back and we scour and find out where that missing week is? Because your platform is that the contribution was de minimis, and that may very well be the case, but there seems like there's a critical week missing. And I don't know how you do a public records request or what you do, or, if it's deleted or what. But I can't figure out for the life of me where the first draft is.
Yeah.
And it's either an attachment that got lost along the way. So my question is, I'm very uneasy about that week if we're being asked to look at this, and by your argument that the involvement was de minimis.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, if you'd like, I could comment on that, Tim. The process for review of the city archives, whenever we get a Public Records Act request, is to have the IT department find what it can with certain trigger words, and Joanne can speak to this maybe better than I, but a list of trigger words is developed with her staff, our staff, management staff, and then that will be run through the archives. In addition, she will contact staff and say, hey, this is pending. If it should be saved in some place that isn't accessible, it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be archived centrally. But just to be sure, we send around a good measure sweep of what staff may have in its inner outbox. And so, that's happened. The council could certainly order that to happen again. That's certainly your prerogative. There's one thing that I want to caution you about, and I don't know that it's at play here, but your staff and each of you have a First Amendment right to participate offline in writing op-ed pieces, in politicking, in canvassing, right? And so there is a possibility in all these cases that there is work going on in a parallel universe that's private. There's no evidence here to suggest that was going on, but that might explain, at least it does in some cases, where staff or unions or even elected officials go offline and then they're participating actively in this. Sometimes that's triggered in City Hall and then spun out. That is one explanation for what's going on here, but I only have what you have, and we could certainly ask that another check be made just for good measure.
So, Scott, the question I have regarding this here is you have three allegations being made. One, that Councilman Ward was engaging with staff regarding what was the allegation was non-business campaign related work, which is a term we'll have to figure out in a second. The second is that James Maxinoff was engaging in non-business campaign related work in in some of these emails. I think it was copied on one email with a question, and then lastly that Mayor Baker saw such emails and therefore had, that because he didn't stop it, that he was pulled into that. I'm just curious about when you talk about effort, how does that work on those different levels? Is awareness of the same as help me understand that a little bit.
Thanks, Councilmember Brown. You alluded to one thing that's kind of your burden, but I'll try to help you with it, and that's that there's not an exact coincidence between your policy and the government code. And I don't know if it means more or less than that. AB 1234, as you've discussed previously, required that you adopt an ethics policy like this. And AB 1234, it also mandates training, which you've all come to, where we talk about Stanson v. Mott and these provisions of the government code. I think, just by way of timing, that your policy is intended to reiterate the common law provisions and statutory provisions that we've talked about. But that's for you to interpret whether your policy means more or less than that. Assuming that your policy is intended to reiterate and codify locally those principles, you would have to do something more overt to violate these provisions of the law. You would have to take a step to order or implement the use of city resources for an advocacy role. Again, post-certification of the matter.
And
But yeah, I just knowledge by association wouldn't normally be enough
And then-
to trigger that.
One item on the policies and procedures is a series of references so we have a code of ethics policy that has an effective date. Then there's a whole series of references here, which doesn't include the codes you put up there, but we'll presume that they would apply simply because that is the best practice. But then the only thing within the actual code itself that governs any of this, because it's primarily related to gifts, money, real estate, and other types of items, the only thing that has anything related to that is 5.1.1, which is what the complainant references here.
Actually, yeah, point 1.2.
To point two. Point two, right? So even more specifically, use of city facilities for non-city business.
Right.
Right? And so, you know, for the provisions of an ethics panel like this are, you know, especially on decision-making, but I know this probably sounds to be a decision, but are we being asked to consider every component of ethics policy the state of California has produced as a part of this, or based on the complaint itself, it only references one ethics policy and one violation?
It's
Or
only
are
just, I think it's only just that. Yeah, I don't. The reference to AB 1234, I don't exactly understand myself, except that I think it just what that means is that you have a local policy implementing AB 1234, and then that reference makes sense to me.
Okay.
And I do think it is what you've zeroed in on, 5.1.1.2.
Okay.
When I went through AB 1234, the one thing that I did find, if you go to the bottom, page 9C52, and it says ethics laws include but are not limited to the following. Then number 2 on the next page says laws relating to claiming prerequisites of office, including but not limited to gift and travel restrictions, prohibitions against the use of public resources for personal or political purposes.
So, but the law
I don't
says
know.
that it should be included in our ethics policy, so on face value, AB 1234 is satisfied by the existence of our ethics policy. Is that what?
I think that's the point of it. It's having a local policy implementing and interpreting, and then also training. The by far most onerous requirement is that we have regular training, as this council's ordered.
Because it says I'm filing a complaint relating to staff and elected officials violating state law AB 1234. But we have an ethics policy, and we have that in place, and it has been adopted. And so, how?
1234 does not contain.
I just wanted that wasn't clear to me.
That doesn't contain the substantive requirement from the prior slide that we've referenced.
Okay.
So, Scott, if you would know, to your point about if it's a financial impropriety, you ask the person to pay it back and maybe there's a financial penalty.
Mm-hmm.
What would be a remedy in a case like this where, what would be a typical remedy?
It's that was the remedy in Stanson v. Mott. The individual was required to pay the state back for the advocacy, so he in essence was required to buy the advocacy from the state.
But in this case, it wasn't a financial impropriety. Well, I guess time is money.
You'd look at that, the value of the use of the equipment and the individual's time that was spent in advocacy. Yeah, in that hypothetical.
Are there any non-financial remedies that you're aware of for things like this?
There are civil and there can be criminal remedies available. In my dialogue with the district attorney about these issues in other jurisdictions, they're looking way more to a malicious intent, an intent to deceive, and to sneak. And you can be the judge, but
I was thinking like community service. I mean, I was
Oh,
thinking that direction, not.
that can be part of the civil or criminal matter. Yeah.
Yeah. Any more questions for Scott? Nothing? Okay.
All right. Thank you for that.
Well, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Next occurrence. First card is from Mr. Bieber. Second is from Nick Buchanan, and third is from Brad Malamud.
Well, you had your defense attorney speak for 20 minutes, and I'm going to try and sum this up in 3 minutes. Quickly, Kathy Ward went on a tear using city resources to write the most vile attack piece against petitioners as they attempted to get. I'm going to go bounce back and forth because what was put up there was not provided to the public whatsoever. All I'm going off of is your defense attorney's letter here. Councilman Ward drafted a piece addressed council's opposition to the concept of by-district elections. Did I miss a meeting where you guys took a position on that? I'll reread what he said. Addressed council opposition to the concept of district elections. You guys never took a position on that. It wasn't a concept. She specifically called out people who were circulating, specifically told people not to sign the petition. She specifically said that some people don't like the rules which we all must live by. It was the most straight-up, gutting, nasty thing that any political hack could come up with. Goes on to say that people who are circulating this petition are interested in harming the city. This petition attempts to do just that. It wasn't some general concept. It was to dissuade and campaign. And the bizarreness of what we're hearing from the city attorney is if we were to accuse, or the state was accused somebody of, we'll say, arson and burglary, he's going on a complete tear telling them why they couldn't be tried for murder and rape. The complaint that is put before you doesn't address the specific nuances of whether this was a qualified ordinance that will be on the ballot. It was specific that Kathy Ward looped in the public information officer and made her work on a campaign that was not city business. Bob Baker knew about it because it was a question of whether or not this editorial could be postponed to write about the hospital, which in fact the whole public wanted to hear about. But if you read through the entire tear of them, then the bizarre thing is, again, the records request came forth, and it started mid-sentence, midway through this process. I did a records request on Jim Bieber, and lo and behold, guess what? Emails emerged that weren't scrubbed and denied from the records request. Records requests were violated. The first one goes back and forth, and it starts with Kathy Ward saying, here's my random thoughts. Go to town, put it together, get to work, staff. Staff writes back, this is plenty for me to get together a draft since we have to stay around 600 words. Thanks for providing me tidbits. This helps a lot. That's from Laura Ferguson. It is outrageous that when somebody puts forth a records request, and then the people who are onus on this are supposed to patch it all together. Here are the emails that we know about. What about the emails that were withheld? What about the whole gap there? We're assuming that the city staff was directed by a council member to put together, and she writes back, I'm going to get to work on it, and then it goes quiet. It goes silent.
Thank you, Mr. Bieber.
One last thing. The FPPC, the Fair Political Practices Commission, is investigating this. So
Mr.
you're on
Buchanan.
a two-track. You're on a two-track thing. What's going to happen is the state is already investigating you, and you can tell the public, hey, you know what, we looked into this. You can actually ask the perps.
Mr. Buchanan, next.
You can ask the perps, bring them back in
Thank
here
you,
and
Mr.
ask them
Bieber.
directly, and we can get to the bottom of it instantly.
Appreciate your time.
Boy, this is not a nice topic. I thought about whether I wanted to talk on this tonight. I'm sorry I'm actually standing up here, but I think sometimes as a resident with you lot representing us, I think every now and then we need to come up and speak. I'd like to start off by commending each and every one of you for the personal sacrifices you make, taking the time away from your business and personal lives to serve on the City Council. It's not an easy feat, and I know you have to make some tough decisions. The role you play is an important one. As residents of San Clemente, we have put our trust in you to make good decisions and spend our taxpayer money wisely. City council members are not supposed to show bias. They're supposed to vote as if they are independent judges based on the facts presented to them. In my opinion, I'm jumping around a little bit over here. A couple of years ago, I took on a project in the city. I felt I would be able to make a positive contribution to the city by investing a good amount of my personal time and money to improve the built environment. I only did so after I thought that city's leadership had voted on and agreed on something we could all get behind. So I'm talking about an earlier letter, a letter that Ms. Ward wrote. I was really surprised when she wrote a letter to the City Council back in June of 2015, again in the soapbox. By the way, I did a public records request on this, and I was told that there was nothing responsive, even though I personally had sent emails to various staff members about it. So I was a little surprised. I was really surprised because I felt that it wasn't appropriate for her to be writing articles and things like this before before my project had even come before her. City council members are not supposed to show pre-decision bias. They are supposed to vote as if they are independent judges based on the facts presented to them. Again, this is not about whether she actually broke the law or not, whether it was she stepped across an ethics boundary and whether she represented us as members of the public fairly. Back when the article that I was referring to aired, I'd raised concerns, and I'm concerned that, again, there's a pattern. This article that we're discussing tonight, again, shows a similar, in my mind, questionable judgment. We have a newspaper that she's writing articles in the newspaper which I feel step across or dance very closely on the line, and whether she actually broke a law or not, I have concerns as a member of the public, as a resident, as to whether there's an ethics violation. The City Council members, you have a big responsibility. You owe it to us as constituents to be fair and honest in every possible way. I think most of the time that's true, although based on my experience over the last couple of years, I have probably more questions than answers. I hope that by investigating this ethics transgression, I guess is the right word, or at least perceived ethics transgression, we will have some more answers and we'll be able to shed some light. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Next is Mr. Malamud. Any other cards on this item?
Thank you, Council. First, Mr. Smith's presentation tonight was a violation of the 72-hour requirement. It was not in the packet, and it was called a staff report. So I think this whole thing tonight is out of order. Secondly, I think Lori's comment is, I'm sorry to call you Lori, Ms. Donchek's comment was the critical. She was exactly right in what she said. She didn't do any of those things that letter accused her of. She only just allowed that council could decide what it wanted to do, period. She didn't advocate for any position. I don't know her position on that issue. Secondly, 5.1.1.2 says you can't use staff for any personal business. That clearly happened here, okay? Whether it's diminished or not, this isn't any of the law that the city attorney was talking about. It's the city ethics rules, and they were clearly violated. But it's not a crime. I don't know Ms. Ward personally. I don't think she was trying to violate the ethics rule. I suspect that she just violated it, okay? You were here tonight to do the preliminary investigation. Mr. Smith said he did not investigate it, and then he tells you that no law was violated. How could he know that if he didn't do an investigation? This is the most disturbing thing I've heard from an attorney. It's, with all due respect, it's attorney double talk. I think what's important tonight is not to punish anybody or get Ms. Ward or anybody else in trouble. It's to follow the rules. And as Ms. Donchek said, I think what we need here is a hand slap. Don't do it again. This isn't this major out of touch situation, but it's something that council should be aware of. They have to follow the rules like everybody else, and I think we deserve that as city residences. There has been no analysis done. The whole point of the procedure going forward is to set a hearing officer and to get an advocate to press the case forward. If what you're doing tonight is simply a preliminary investigation, and I think Ms. Bay, the city clerk, made that perfectly clear. So I think there's plenty of information to go forward and just clarify what happened and what should happen in the future. That's all that anybody's asking for. And maybe tonight, if you don't go that far, the least you could do is understand that the reason why this 4-page report was done, and I think it violates the rules, because if you look at your own ethics rules, the city attorney is supposed to stay out of this issue totally. He's only supposed to be a specialist to the hearing officer. Yet he's got not only a 4-page letter, but a memorandum to the council on what they should do in the future in these issues. And with respect to the ballot issue, he noted in again what I call lawyer double talk, that the courts have found that it's not after it's certified, it's any time. This letter was clearly about a ballot initiative. It said, vote no on it, turn it down. How much clearer could you be but to represent a ballot issue here? And the de minimis issue, there is no case cited that there's a de minimis exception to this law. So again, lawyer double talk. Let's do it right. You're smart counsel. I think you can get the right answer tonight. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on this matter? Okay, with that, I'll close the public hearing. I'd like the opportunity if Ms. Ward would be happy to chat about what the context was. I mean, she's here. She could testify on this. I don't know if she wants to. Councilmember Ward, Mayor Pro Tem Ward, but certainly could provide some clarity. In the meantime, there she is. Ha! So, Councilmember Ward, one of the questions I had for you is that there was a series of drafts that were issued on this document, and effort is one of the criteria the city attorney pointed out. And so, what I just want to know is what effort you put in versus staff put in to the drafts, and effectively, based on the events that happened, what you think in terms of your time versus staff's time, et cetera, that you put into that. So could you just give us some context on the drafts and the circulation and how that all worked?
The drafts, I believe, that you see are all the same. There's multiple copies of the same article that I wrote.
Please don't speak out loud. You will be removed, sir. You will be removed. I won't give another warning.
It is my belief that those are the same draft, that you're just seeing multiple copies of it. I wrote that article. Staff did not help me write that article. The emails that you're seeing beforehand have nothing to do with the article that I wrote.
And most of the back and forth, it looked like it was just based on the context here. There were some suggestions that she made, but it also seemed like there was a word count problem.
Yes, I did not realize that I had a word count. So obviously I went way over, and that's why the discussion on that.
So based on this, you wrote this article, you submitted it to city staff, and then it was basically put into a word count format that would allow it to be published. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
I do, Kathy. This is so difficult. I mean, this is not a great council meeting by any stretch of the imagination. So what Joanne tells us under informal review, which is what I guess we're doing right now, is if the city council finds that it is not likely that the violation occurred, do you feel that you had conducted a violation? Do you feel like there was a violation that happened in this process, either by mistake or otherwise?
I did not write that article I did not believe that I was in a campaign, that I was actually trying to tell people how to vote. I don't believe that my article says at all to vote no, as what has been said here. I did not say that. I also didn't, when I wrote the article on 1010 El Camino, it was all on zoning, and I asked for people's input, and I gave no indication of what I thought about it. I was asking for people's input and telling them that there was a project coming. That's what I write on. I write on whatever is a current issue. And what I wrote on for that article was what I heard said to me in city council meetings. Things that were being brought up, and I said, there's talk about districting. And what is it? So I felt that I was like informing people just what districting was. And so when I was approached by the chamber and they asked me if I was advocating for or against, and I said, that's not what my article was. And that's what I believe that I did. Never had the intent to tell people what to do on this. It was just to inform what was a current issue coming up.
So you don't think a violation occurred?
No, not at all. And especially to consider that if staff was involved, that is absolutely incorrect. Those emails do not have anything to do with the article that I wrote.
Chris, anything? Lori, anything else? All right. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay, thank you.
So here's what a strict reading of this, and this is where I'm struggling with the 5.1.1.2. It has, to start, 5.1.1 says use of city resources. No official shall use city resources for non-city business. City resources include all equipment owned by the city as well as official titles and accoutrement of such titles. Examples of such prohibited conduct include, but are not limited to the following: use of city vehicles for non-city business, use of city facilities for non-city business. Non-city business includes, but is not limited to, personal affairs, political campaigns, and other uses which have not been authorized by the city, and that's 5.1.2. And then lastly is the use of city stationery for non-city business. What I'm struggling with is that we write these San Clemente Times articles every month, and that's our city business. Right? That's, I just finished one, and we're constantly addressing a whole series of issues, items with which we're under active litigation. So the actual writing of the article is the business of the city. That's what the council does. That's why it's called the council corner. That's what we do. So the ethics violation in of itself is, that was the city business. And that's exactly what she did. Now, the only question would be as to whether or not it was a political campaign at the time, had it qualified as a political campaign. That's a pretty wide berth, right? I remember articles about Measure A coming out, a whole series of different articles and advocacy for on behalf of that. And it seems like we've done this, I've seen this before on both sides, but this is the first ethics complaint I've ever seen over something like this, which is fairly extraordinary, which is very serious. Remind me, maybe you could help me out because I don't have any history. How many ethics complaints have we had since you've been with the city?
This is the first one that I know of, and I've been with the city 30 years.
There have been 2 for Planning Commission that I know of, not for council, though.
So we go back to the original complaint.
Just hold on. So Councilmember Ward says she didn't know she had a word count. But on March 15th, there's an email that says stay around 600 words, and then we don't see the draft until March 22nd. So maybe she saw it and she forgot?
I would assume so. I don't know. I blow through the word count every time. But here's what I'm struggling with is that we're here contemplating a complaint, right? Scott took us to areas regarding the law that we need to consider, but we're considering a complaint that is specifically on the San Clemente ethics policy, which was that this city was using city resources for non-city matters. And I'm struggling with the fact that writing an article for the SC Times is considered to be a non-city matter. I don't know. I don't believe so. And then the second question is whether or not it was used in a political campaign. That's a pretty wide definition, but based on the definition of timing, right, that was what was provided to us, it wasn't a campaign until it became certified, which was well after all of the work had been completed. The time of the article, it happened when it happened, but all of the work was completed by a date certain. So I'm struggling to find, something here that is really concrete, other than it just. It's for me, what it is I really don't like the fact that James and Bob and our city employees were pulled into this just because they were simply CC'd on an email, and awareness implies an ethics violation. I'm really struggling with that component. As a matter of fact, I'd really like to separate out our decision based on that, because I don't believe that the potential crime, the alleged crime or ethics violation should be shared broadly across all of the members.
So you're asking that we hear them separately? Is that
Yeah,
what
absolutely. I think we ought to discuss them all separately.
Okay, well, in light of that, I think then we can excuse the city manager, the mayor, and staff from the
Well, we're not contemplating staff.
Yeah, we're not contemplating staff, but
But I agree with that. I would excuse the mayor and the city manager, and especially the staff.
So with that, we're focused really on council member Ward's work and directing staff to engage. And this is what I am asking, that the city investigate and penalize council member Kathy Ward, directing staff to engage in non-business campaign-related work. I'm assuming that means non-city business campaign-related work.
So I'm just going to speak from my heart on this, and Mr. Buchanan got a little bit to it. I was trained that you stay open until the last bit of public input has been heard, and that it will be very hard, but you have to stay open. And so, and it's a really high standard to hold oneself to. And so when I see language like districts will divide our town and not further our city's progress coming out of one of my colleagues as one of their ideas before the community even has a chance to understand the mechanics of what's being contemplated, it troubles me. And so I do think a line was crossed here, and the problem with ethics is they're gray. They're, I'm for some, but so I think there's something here that needs a remedy, and.
But here's the challenge: is that we're using a hammer to put in a screw, right? I mean, an ethics violation court over this. I'm having a hard time fitting.
Well, that's why I was asking about what's the remedy, because. And the other thing I worry about is this idea of free speech, which is if this is what a person believes and she's been given space. Because one of the things I was trying to figure out is, do we need a policy on the council corner columns or any, articles that we may or may not write? And that's kind of a challenge, if not impossible.
So I think that. So I agree with what you're saying. I think we have to be judicious in our application and particularly in addressing current issues. There's some items where, frankly, we could have been stronger, like the hospital. I think for a long time our language was I was pretty muted on that. I didn't really have strong opinions about it, and it ended up not being good for our community. But at the same time, for something like this where it's particularly contentious, I think it would be, I think it's worth reminding the council and ensuring that we're all more responsible with, at least a little more judicious in how we employ these Times articles. But I am not getting to the point where I think this is an ethical violation, particularly because I think that when you look at the use of, and the way that the ethics code is applied, and even looking at state law, the use of resources and city resources here broadly applied as an employee of the city would be that is not limited to personal affairs, political campaigns that are the use which have not been authorized by the city. It just doesn't fit here. What campaign? She's not running. It's not for her own interest. It's not a personal interest. It is a First Amendment component. I mean, it's what benefit? I mean, the ethics violation, if you guys look at this whole ethical code, it's about how you don't benefit from the San Clemente laws. That's really the bottom line, is that you don't stand a personal benefit. And I don't see that tie here.
The argument would be that if there's a districting initiative and you have 4 of us living in one of the eventual districts, 3 of us are going to have to stand down. So that would be because you could only have one, or we'd have to move. I'd like to hear what Chris has to say.
You know, I think I need a little bit of clarification before I rule on it. I didn't follow what your issue was at the beginning with the letter that was written in your recommendation to go towards districting. What was your specific issue there you want to change for the record?
It was
just so I could follow along.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Personally?
Was it 9C62?
I have to find it again. Okay. You really want to belabor?
Well, it was a pretty big deal to you.
It is a big deal to me because another thing that is troubling me deeply is we pay BBK to represent the city, not individual council members, and it was pounded into me when I took this office that if I ever had anything like this, I get my own attorney, because that would not be a good use of Lieutenant Tucker's time. So this is helping a colleague, which we can talk about, but it says, the subject of moving from at-large to by-district elections for the council was discussed at the city council meeting held March 15th, 2016, at the request of Councilmember Donchak. And that is not true, and I have the emails I wrote to Joanne. All I wanted to do was agendize it for a future meeting.
Agendize the discussion to move
The discussion.
districts.
I didn't have an opinion one way or the other, nor because it wasn't agendized, we didn't have a discussion. We had a discussion about whether to agendize it or not, which is different.
Where does it say your position in this paragraph? I'm not following you.
At the request of Councilmember Donchak, there was a discussion held.
Well, on
It was
on
not
Councilmember Adams,
agendized.
it said Lori Donchak, and then it had that title. So it was requested by you.
Put it on the agenda if
Yeah.
you listen to the tape.
Okay.
And this makes it sound like we had a discussion. The council rejected the possibility of using 2015 state legislation to convert to by-district city elections on a vote of 4-1. I submit that didn't happen.
Well, I think it's very clear in the next sentence. Although there was a motion to agendize the item for council consideration, the minutes make plain that the
It's
council
two different
did not
thoughts.
support the motion.
It's two different thoughts. One is that a discussion took place and we decided not to pursue it, and the second is we didn't agendize it.
So you're asking the discussion part be stricken from that sentence, but maintain although there was a motion? Because I feel like although there was a
There
motion.
was a motion, and it
that
failed
was
4-1.
I think that is clear, yeah.
And that's over and out.
Okay. So just the
Yeah.
discussion part,
So,
okay.
but this is my problem to deal with, but I feel like I'm being manipulated to the advantage of a different council person. Because this is not what happened that night. This is not what happened. But it's convenient if you're trying to.
Well, we'll get the record amended and get it corrected so that it's properly.
And now, what are your thoughts on?
So I'm leaning on the same side that Tim's leaning on. Excuse me? Well, that's it. I guess if I'm done speaking, you can interrupt me. I'm done.
Lori, do you have a concern that there was an ethical breach here? No, I don't. I don't know why we're having this meeting now. I'm struggling with this here. I think if we want to chat about the appropriateness of that article in terms of the SC Times, then that's one thing. But I think the timing, the opinion seems solid, that the timing was correct. I don't see it. I don't see it, and I don't.
Well, I will speak on that because I don't think the timing. I mean, there's the spirit of the law and there's the letter of the law, and the first time the applicants, Mr. Royal, put in their document, I have the date, and then it was a mistake because they had Costa Mesa, I think it was March 14th. So there was clear indication by the five of us that this was going to happen, and it was just a technicality of getting it through the system. So I don't, we can say that the letter of the timing is such and such, but I think the intention was clear. We had the conversation at the council meeting where we decided not to agendize it. Mr. Mallam had put in, and Mr. Royal put in their document twice on March 14th. And then on March 23rd came a draft.
Well, did we have the conversation or not have the conversation? Because we just had a discussion where you told me we didn't have a discussion. So, which story are you telling? You just said we discussed it, but then 2 minutes ago you were asking us to remove the part where you said we discussed it.
Well, yeah, I think that we just need to clarify the record. It's not elegantly stated. Let me put it that way. It could be better put. Let's get right to the heart of this. We have an ethics violation complaint that's been put before us. There's been some language placed in here that that effectively what happens, we've been using taxpayer funds to fight against a political campaign, that all of these different allegations have been placed here. Frankly, I don't see the merit in it, and I won't be asking the city to continue any more investigations on this. Neither will I be giving any penalties. I do think it would be appropriate for this council to address, and remind everyone exactly what, our policies, procedures should be in our public communications, and frankly, to be a little bit more careful so that, the responsibility ultimately falls on us to be better, to be better at this and not give any room or birth or distrust in the system. So I think we can improve on that. But I don't think that for the first time in 30 years of Joanne's recent history that an ethics violation is an appropriate way to handle this. So I won't be voting for that to be put forward. Should we make a motion? I'll make a motion that we, let's make sure we do this correctly. I make a motion that we direct city clerk to dismiss the complaint and notify the complainant and the persons named in the complaint of that action. Motion by Brown, second by Ham. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? You said there was an ethical violation, but yet you just opposed. Kidding, right? And bring the council back in.
I guess Scott's going to do it. Ready? Oral communications, part 2. I don't have any cards. City manager? City attorney?
Nothing to add tonight, thank you.
City voting delegate and alternates for the League of California Cities annual business meeting. I'd request that you appoint one voting delegate and 1 or 2 alternates to vote on the city's behalf at the League of California Cities annual business meeting on October 7th in Long Beach.
Anybody planning on going?
I attended last year, so I was hoping someone else would go, and I think a couple of our council members might be running for office during that time, so I was hoping someone else.
I've got a teaching contract, so I'm not.
Am you interested? Well, then let's put this off then, Joanne. Can we put it off for a month? Okay, let's put it off for a month. Is that okay with everybody? Yep. Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Roundtable?
So I got invited down to Camp Pendleton last month by MARSOC Special Forces, and they let us play with some of their toys. And it was a pretty fun-filled day. We got to hang out with the Marine Raiders from the West Coast, and they took us through a day in the life, basically. So we got to shoot all types of weapons, ride around in all types of vehicles, and it was a pretty interesting day to see what those guys go through training-wise and what the level that they're required to train at and qualify at every month was very impressive. They're all great people, all shapes, sizes. I mean, it was impressive what this group of people could do. So I just want a big... No, I wish it was full. No, it was not full auto. They would not let us put it on full auto. It was very clear that we'd be leaving early if we switched it to full auto. So Yeah, you'll be happy to know my sniper shot, though, is dead on, 100%. Headshots, I got everything nailed down. Pistol, not so much. So if you're coming to my house and I pull a pistol on you, you got a good shot that I'm going to hit you in an arm. So watch out there. But anyway, yeah, it was a great day, and it was just an appreciation day for everything that we do as a community for them to show, in case, you know, how much they appreciate us. So thank you to everybody who let us join in that.
I want to talk about the 4th of July celebration last night. Colonel Christopher Gideons, the commanding officer of the 1st Marine Regiment, spoke, and I think he had 5 standing ovations while he spoke. So I just wanted to show the city that the Marines, the 1st Marine Regiment, gave us this plaque. If you can, wait a minute. I'm not good at doing this. To thank us for all of our support of the 1st Marine Regiment. But it was wonderful. I think the fireworks were the best we've ever had. The music was great. When we actually did a color guard, they sent a color guard, and they retired the flag and handed it to me as the mayor pro tem. It was silent on the entire pier and the beach. People actually came up to us after and they had tears in their eyes. I don't know why, but this was a very memorable 4th of July. It was also our 240th birthday of our nation. So I just wanted to thank Colonel Gideons, because it truly was wonderful what he said. It was very timely, and he loves San Clemente, and it was just a wonderful 4th. So I just wanted to comment that and share the plaque.
Got one slide. So building on the theme of the ocean, a couple of things. Downstairs in the police department, there's a safe medication drop-off. It gets about 700 pounds of drugs a year is what I've been told. And I want to encourage people not to dispose of their prescription drugs through the toilet or through the sink, but to take the time to come over to 100 Avenida Presidio, find the drop-off box, and put your drugs in that secure container so that OCSD can dispose of it safely. And then also, for those of you that are smokers, this is one of our drains at Presidio and Camino Real, and there's about 30 cigarette butts that are on their way to the ocean in that picture. So I'd really like to encourage people that if you are smoking, put your butts in an ashtray or the right receptacle. And I also wanted to ask the city manager if there's anything we can do about grates that might do a better job of filtering out the cigarette butts before they get to the ocean. But basically, we're the stewards of the ocean, and here's 2 ways we can make it keep our great beach ratings.
Well, I'll second Kathy's words that the 4th of July was the best ever, because I got a couple of emails about how great it was, and so I got a few pictures of the Condor Squadron that were flying over. They were above and beyond this year. Look at that. Some professional photographer must have taken that. That's a great one. And look, I mean, those guys did a great job. Thanks to San Clemente and Chris Rushing, who leads the Condor Squadron, for giving a great show up and down the coast, because we partner with our other beach cities and sponsor this event. So that was a great, certainly a great show, and well done on the pier. Fireworks were terrific. So that's all I got. Anybody want to make a
Whether
motion?
we adjourn to the next regular council meeting will be held on August 2nd,
what else?
2016. in the council chambers
sorry,
located-
sorry. I gotta.
Okay.
I'll do this. I would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Helena Jacobson, founder of the Ray of Life Foundation. She passed away on Sunday. She launched her foundation in San Clemente 15 years ago and donated 15 automatic external defibrillators to the city of San Clemente for public spaces in police services, lifeguards, the golf course, and the community center. Helena Jacobson implemented a program in San Clemente to place automatic external defibrillators in public places to help save the lives of others, just as her late husband, Ray Jacobson, did during his career as an emergency room doctor at San Clemente Hospital. Helena selected San Clemente as her model city and someday hopes to see AEDs placed in as many public places as possible throughout Orange County. It would be an enormous achievement to see this happen countywide in public places and in private places as well, with the cooperation from the private sector and community agencies to bring about continuity of care throughout Orange County. And I move that we adjourn to the next regular City Council meeting to be held on August 2nd, 2016, in the council chambers located at 100 Avenida, Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session items will be considered at 5 p.m. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. Motion by Baker, second by Ham. All in favor? Any opposed? Passed unanimously.